Alright, so we're going to pick up where we left off with oxygen not included. First of all, let's get its music back so that in the YouTube recording you actually have music. Let's see. You have lots of practice with days of bidding on eBay auctions. Yeah, when it comes to the polls, a lot of people try to do like the last second snipe kind of thing, and someone else will start last second sniping early, and it's just because you're both hitting the button at roughly the same speed, give or take, it's too late. Once they've got their lead, it's over. It's all ogre now. If you got long commutes, it's probably Turner. Yeah, it's Turner. I did want to get the last second snipe in, but I figured the balance is fair. It's more fun. It's tricky with Twitch polls to do the last second snipe. Because it's not like eBay where it counts down the last 10 seconds and whoever bids the highest. It's like, if you could only push a button to bid $5 more one at a time. Like, it would be that type of situation. So it is very genuinely whoever's hitting it the fastest kind of thing. Yeah. Well, that's the kind of thing. Like, if I was just, like, not feeling Oni, I would be... Well, it's not even just clicking fast Burning Sun, it's also page refresh. Like, actually having the action processed. Because I've seen where, like, both people are going about the same speed, and you just... The one who started clicking first just has the lead, and there's just no catching up. Alright, so we do have a lot of our stuff figured out here. Why did I think that was going to work in any meaningful way? Oh no, that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Because when this is filtered, it'll go out that way. Right. Because then the oxygen comes back down and goes over here. Once it's actually built. Turn that off in the meantime so we don't accidentally pump all the air out of this place. Gotta get better internet then. True democracy at play. Oh, it is rough. Your doors are locked now? They are locked. I want them to go up and over. So that way the chlorine stays mostly in there. So I'm deliberately leaving that closed since this has chlorine in there and I want it there. I want them to go up and over and down. And they'll probably punch a hole through here to let more chlorine in. It's not going to hit like a high saturation. It's starting to get a little warmth down here, but that's fine. The big thing is that this middle area stays a comfy temp. What happens outside of there, I can just work with, because at least it means I'm still getting food and my dupes are still alive. Alright, so for the time being, I'm just going to keep taking whatever other thing that isn't, Oh, I see. I'm going to keep taking whatever the other thing other than more dupes are until I get my water and all that situated. Is that Jeremy water? It's probably Jeremy water. It's Jeremy water. The fish are happy? They're definitely happier than they were. This isn't my long-term reservoir, that's just the I need a reservoir for the time being reservoir. See, I did stuff like this until I realized I needed to store slime underwater, and germs are never a problem. Yeah, there's things you can work around it. Like, I'm definitely no Oni expert, because, I mean, honestly, the game has changed so much since I last played it. But I like these kinds of solutions, because then, if I do end up with an area that's badly contaminated, just plug it in, and it goes through, and then, like, once I get that to the point of cleaning, like, cleaning both air and water and all that, it means I can sit there and just safely do it. Yep. Alright, so good news is, our, the poo pit, as it were, seems to be in good order. Guys lonely? I'm sorry. You watch a lot of Oni. It means they'll do something like this? Yeah. I mean, it's... Like, that's the thing. When you know the meta strategies of, like, oh, I can circumvent all of these mechanics doing these things, that's usually when a game starts not being fun anymore. And the reason it starts not being fun anymore just boils down to you stop trying new things, you stop doing a bunch of experimentation because you have the answer. It's one of the reasons why backseat gaming does kill enjoyment of games, because there's no discovery anymore. Which that's not me saying anything with what's going on being said. It's just it is why that is such a big problem and why people push so hard on it. Yeah, really, these should probably be down in that pit now. Yeah, you also get differing styles of play when everyone else is driving. Yep. You allow any geyser activity close to home. Oh yeah, that's the thing I'm excited. I've got a steam geyser here for a power source. I've got a natural geyser over here for a power source. I've got a cool slush and a salt slush as well, geyser. So I've got a good means of cooling stuff off forever. I've got a means of creating power, a means of creating power and water. Like, we're pretty solid. We got a pretty good layout here. Yeah, you usually ask. Yeah, I'm not against being given any information. I would definitely not want to. So I was like, well, you could solve this problem by doing blah blah blah. That would be. Do that this time though. It's okay. Like, if someone was, like, literally doing the thing, it's like, hey, streamer, you need to build this up here as this is the optimal thing. Hey, streamer, if you build that to a 2-to-4 ratio, it's far more efficient. Hey, streamer, if you move this down... Like, that's when it, like, really ruins it. I've only had one game that I've actually had to be like, no, like, very genuinely, this has to stop or I'm stop playing. That was Subnautica. We had one day that if it was one person, I would just time out the one person and be like, all right, you can't seem to figure out how to sit on your hands. But it was just like, someone would give some information, and then I'd turn around and be like, hey, could you not? And I'd be like, oh, my bad. And then the next person who had not seen that message would pop in and do the same thing. And after, like, the third time that I had, like, stuff spoiled, I'm like, all right, come on. Work with me here. But that's the only one I've had that problem with. And you understand it, as people are super into the game, they're hyped about it, they're excited to see you play. And the worst thing is they kind of ruin it for themselves because they want you to see you, like, explore and experience in it. And then they start giving you the information, which is ruining the own thing that they're wanting to watch. The hamster Gilwa is looking rough. Or is looking awesome. They always warn you about skipping leg day. This person never skips leg day. Their existence is leg day. You're not willing to go up that high. Hail to the king? Yeah. Yeah, it's looking pretty promising. This is all pretty solid air. That area, that pocket over there is not the best. That should be fine. Like once we get this assembled, that's literally where the air is going to be brought in. And there's games that do that you play and they just kind of help you through. You need to rotate to 90 degree and roll around a tree. Yeah. That's usually the only time I usually sit there and like have to be like, hey, like, could you? Is the ones that do happen on channel that I have to like occasionally be like, you know, don't. More often than not, it's people going, you need to go fight that. Go kill this thing. Go kill that thing. Like they'll get into it and they're like, you need to get food. And it's like, hey, hang on. Especially if you feel out of control of your life. You come to a game like this where you have complete control. Yeah, I mean, but that's the whole thing about gaming to begin with, is gaming is around escapism a lot of time. And escape, like, distraction therapy, as it were, is extremely effective. Like, it is a good thing. Now, certainly, if it's coming to the neglect of your life, that's a problem. But being able to take 5 minutes where you're not dealing with whatever problems that are going on to give your chance to collect yourself, absolutely worth every moment of it. I don't want to kill Swan. You're a thing to me. Okay. Alright. I need you to actually start putting some work in on this, people. Because that way we can get up and around, we can poke in here, build this out without letting all the chlorine out. Set that one to lock. Same with this one. Yeah, no, I'm aware you mean Fallout 4. Alright. So we got our 2 farms, they're doing fine. We got a completely unreasonable amount of food. Ari is sick from food poisoning. Oh, do you have dupe super hard digging? Yeah, I've got hazard digging all the way up to that. On my digger, I have 1 digger. Tomorrow's your last day before summer break? Nice. I know that feeling from my teaching days. Now, granted, because I was college, there was a summer semester to worry about as well. But the week or two you have between semesters, which you do planning and all that kind of stuff, so it wasn't like you were really off. But not having like homework to grade and everything was really nice. Duplicate skills. Go ahead and do that. I'll take free copper. Yeah, I believe Swan was the super mutant. Yeah, and I figured when you said you had 1 day left dealing with the food and all that it was more like the teachers and students were not there, but there'd be all like the wind down stuff before you go on break. That way you don't come back to a moldy mess. Nor did I heard that you also take the base Did you also take the base resources? I see all too often people spamming dupes randomly when they cannot handle it. Well, that's the entire thing. My water's in an okay place, but it's not really in a good place. So that's my hesitation with just adding a bunch of dupes in. My air is actually in pretty good place right now. I'm gonna need more algae soon. But for the moment, it's okay. Is the cycles in days or years? It's in days. So it's a 50-day old colony, however you want to put it. Alright. So one thing I gotta watch is as my dupes gain skill, their morale needed keeps going up. That is going to become a problem after a while. So I do think it's going to be about time that I put like a massage place in here. Let's actually check on the rooms real fast. So we've got our mess hall. Yeah, massage clinic. Just requires a massage table and nothing else going on. That's fair. And I know this won't quite line up with the other floor, but it made those rooms taller, and making this area bigger kind of just nice. So we'll do that. That way it counts as its own room. They'll need to mine out the middle part of it. Then we'll need to go to stations, was it? No. Where was it? Massage table. Put massage table there. Alright, so let's check our power grids. That grid can have 960 on it. That grid can also have 960. So both... Oh, I'm sorry, it's the same grid. So it's 140. And you required what? We'll just go this way. How much do you need? 240. How are you trapped? How are you trapped? You don't look trapped. Oh, because there's a giant pile of dirt that fell down. Okay. I was like, how are you trapped up there? You look like everything's fine. I see. I see it probably has a sculpture stone to be chiseled in the likeness of Glorious Leader. Yep. As you do. Now probably fit 2 more bedrooms over here. Then eventually we'll move down to have more bedrooms down here. We'll move the water reservoir outside of the base. Etc, etc, etc. Alright, how much? You put out 600 watts of power. So you're running at only a little bit of your load. I think I can be okay with that one for the time being, because I'm not going to be using half those buildings both time, and when it does become a problem, I'll fix it. Let's see. Those dupes need to be careful with what's being massaged. Not really. It's a back massage. It only goes like that. I get you're trying to make a lewd joke, but it doesn't work here. Alright. Put more insulation over here. Got sand there that needs to be moved. Yes, we're doing a good job of taking all that polluted water and very quickly turning it around, making it into fresh water. All right. There are 2 places around my area that massage too much. Just don't get in trouble. Yep. It's fresh, but is it free of germs? No, it is not free of germs. Bam. We will be trying to get that resolved up here. It's gonna take some work. It had to get contaminated because I needed new water, so I had to work with what I had. Oxygen not included. Distribute a bunch of oxygen by air vents. Oh, do we actually have that set up now? No, we don't. Oh, it's redistributing, recycling. That's fine. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? I'll type in the correct command and then it'll work much easier. Oh, I'm assuming it'll go so beat me to the shout. I was like, why? It's like, why is it telling me I can't shout out Longclaw for an hour? I don't understand. Yeah, so those that don't know Longclaw, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. Definitely worth checking out. Plays Project Zomboid. What's the game? The medieval one. We played on here a number of times. No! Brain, don't betray me like this. Mountain Blade. Plays Mountain Blade 2, among many other games. Bannerlord, yes. This is Rual. It reminds me of the NFL team owner. Got in trouble for that. Yeah, that was in my town. Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. Manor Well, Manor was a different game. Manor is a different game that I'm actually looking forward to. Manor is a city building game. Yeah, that was Viero. Yep. Yeah, Manor is on my to get list. Alright, so we have punched through here to start doing all that. What a mess. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, this water over here is not fine. This water over here is a petri dish. But the germs are going down gradually. Yep, Manor Lord is a, it's like Banished in those, but like, part of the emphasis is that you have your kind of, I'm gonna call it your castle, but it's your manor, that you kind of like build up and do a whole bunch of stuff with. It's neat. Yeah, so those aren't staying on too much now because maximum air pressure. Let's honestly turn that one off for the time being. Oh, have I actually reached the point where I can't research anymore on the path we were on? Yeah, being blocked by yellow research. Yeah, no, that thing's living in my water. That's fine. It doesn't seem very hygienic. It's not hygienic regardless of the fish. That pollution is definitely not from the fish, but it is definitely present. Alright. Yay, you can have a cute outfit. Alright. This time choose cooking like I said I should have chose last time. And supplying. Yeah, we're getting dangerously close to the point where they're going to start having really high expectations. We'll have them be a bit better about being on top of it. Now you can go in here. Get that crown molding in here. Make everything nice. Put sculptures on either side of the room. Time to clean up all that junk they got laying around all over the place. They're actually doing a pretty good job of keeping the junk all cleaned up. It's only where they're currently operating that we have junk because they just dropped it there. Yum, clone kidney soup. Oof. You're thinking RimWorld when it comes to how you're handling some of those things. Alright. So, I want to put that geyser to use. I'm planning on making this our polluted water reservoir, where right now it's this monstrosity down there. How much energy do you need? 120 watts. That's starting to push what I'm willing to put on that. Oh yeah, the farm station makes a lot of that work better. Fertilizer's in there. It uses polluted water and phosphorus to produce fertilizer. We can use park signs to make things happier. Yeah, got a couple of Wheezeworts over there. I wonder how bad the smell of the poop water riser sink. Not sure if I'd rather have the wastewater above or below me. Imagine the wastewater tank being above getting a leak. Yup. And the answer is actually it rises. Because polluted oxygen is heavier than carbon dioxide. In case you ever wanted to know. Wait, didn't I have a door there? Oh, right. We didn't build the door yet because I need the oxygen to be pumped out there. You have it backwards? Well, carbon dioxide goes down. And then you have the polluted oxygen goes up. Yeah, no, that's what I said. I said the carbon dioxide is heavier, so it goes down. So the poo air goes up because it's polluted oxygen. That's what I said. Because we got little bits of polluted oxygen here and there. Yeah, eventually this, like I said, my plan for this tank is to shove it up here. Because this is just polluted water in general. This isn't specifically poo water. This is just gross water. This is like super sulfury water out of geo vents or whatever. At that point, like, I'll pump that up there and I'll put it in there. Now, once we start having that kind of water production, good egg. I didn't think I did that, but okay. I didn't deliberately hatch an animal from an egg. All the stuff for ranching. All right. They don't seem to be able to reach this still. I think it's just it's too far of a run, is what the issue is. Which is a problem, because that's the whole idea. And it's easy to solve this if I want to, as I could just enclose it, like, build it out and close the space, then pump the chlorine back into it and be done with it. But I don't want to. It is curious why I don't seem to be wanting to go up there. All my sewage is filtered and goes back into the toilets. The extra goes to the crop irrigation. Yeah. There's a bunch of different ways of handling. Like that's, I mean, part of the reason is they're building that. That's one of the things that's nice about this game is there's like a good couple ways to handle each and every problem you can run into. Alright, 1 second. Okay, so it's not going to be the correct amount of space. That's fine. Alright. I made that into a park over there. It would mean no extra bedrooms on that end. But I can make that like a little park here. Because I can remember where the park sign is. Unless I don't have it yet, which is also possible. Yeah, so you can add the hydroponic tiles. Alright, I have to take these out and then replace them for hydroponic. Now, there's a guy in the forum who finds exploits and comes up with the most broken designs based on said exploits until they get fixed. Oh yeah, that's not an unusual thing for happening a lot of these. Like, there's entire content creators whose that's what they do. You're gonna rethink your moves right there, friend. Okay, if that's what you want to do. I mean, you're probably fine. Catalina did not think this through. That said, that fall shouldn't hurt them, so I don't really care. Alright, so I still need to build the grill and everything, which I can make a kitchen as another room. Like, really, it'd be good to put the kitchen in this area somewhere, maybe? No, we're at the point I should just wall that off. Alright, so let's try and remember with our hydroponics what we even have here. Get one of those tiles built. And they'll figure that out. Oh, you know what? So I have 6 dupes. And I have more than that bed. So I can get rid of this and this bed. I can move those bedrooms someplace else. And then just convert this into the kitchen. Yep, I can actually do that. I'm surprised no one redeemed that till now. I was actually expecting there to be like a big stockpile of like rename, names that after me. And that didn't happen. I didn't know what to do with it. An oxygen molecule goes, sees the doctor and says, Doc, I'm suffering from terrible cramps. Says the doctor, molecule. That's an easy fix, says the doctor. Just eat some potassium, and you're okay. I figured I had a list. I expected to have a list. I'm trying to remember what screen I can see all my dupes really easy. Alright, vitals. So Rongor, I will make you our buddy Gene here. As soon as I remember how to rename bio. There you go, Gene. And this is Rongor. Okay, and then we have Illicit and Z. Let's go back to vitals. Make sure I spelled that correctly. The font's kind of weird, so it's kind of hard to tell. And mark those two as done. Alright. Now let's put the kitchen down here. Yeah, Bianca Rose. Got it. Now let's watch me do something really dupe-like and stupid. Oh yeah, like destroy the ground you're actively standing on. All right, so let's see what we have. Because I don't remember half these. So the atmosphere is fine, but you need water every cycle. Versus the meal seed, which doesn't need water, but needs air. Your yard's flooded? Alright. So plan on starting to get that going. So, first of all, I need to bring that fresh water all the way over. Which is going to work out just fine because it's already going right past it. Yeah, no, we had some pretty solid rain most of today as well. All right, what does it take to make you into a great hall? You need plus 20 decor. We'll get there. Furniture. The moment. There. You like the map? It's covered. Yeah. I remember there's a tropical something or other was moving through the area. Not like a full-on tropical storm or anything like that. But like a tropical front of some kind. Just Florida weather, Floridaing. Alright, so we got the massage parlor. We're making the mess hall nicer. Our bathroom's in good area. We still have the barracks. I just need to get more people into their individual bedrooms. I need 3. A good way to measure. Oh, I also have you to deal with, don't I? Hey, Jet. Welcome back from work. So I'm hoping once this construction's done, that they'll go up and finish that. If I have to open those doors and let them in, you know, it is what it is. I'm just really trying to avoid it. But by having the air go through there, we can also deal with that as well. That way, if at any point my air starts getting contaminated with germs, I can start cleaning it up. You going back to Star Rail? Alright, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Come on, that spot right there. That's the spot. Alright, that'd finish out the entire insulation perimeter. Hopefully keep the temperature of everything inside here pretty under control. There's always no polluted stuff. Oh, good, they actually are working on it. Like, they're getting one thing done and having to run back to get air. So it's not efficient, but it is getting done, and that's what I care about. Okay. Yeah, the breathability is not great. I mean, that's because I got this big pocket of carbon dioxide down here. Alright, go ahead and deconstruct that block. It's done. Nice. So the insulation's all done. We just need to wait for them to get that last little bit built in here. How's the air pressure in there? It's pretty low. So that'll be okay, because once they build all this, I'll cap it off. I've already got a vent installed there for pumping chlorine in. And so the chlorine being heavy, if I just let this chlorine out every so often, I can just have, like, in the pit, I can have it filtered. What it'll probably end up doing is making gaps around the outside. That's usually what I do in the past, is I'll effectively have an entire border around my base so that heavy air can naturally filter down and up kind of thing. Because then I can just put wherever I need the pump, I can just start pulling the air from that spot to start filtering out what I want. And that usually goes fine until you start getting towards vacuum, and then you gotta make sure you don't just send the air out into the abyss. Oh, you have one tile sand. It's like, why is that not working? Oh, in hindsight, I shouldn't have dug that out. It's fine. Okay, looks like our air is finally hooked up. I said, like, something on the top screen, like, flick around to just grab my attention, like, what? I do like the animation of them holding their breath. Oh, yeah. It's a very silly game. What is a slug creature? That is a Draco. Let's see. So they would graze on a bunch of random plants, and so basically they would eat plants, and then they get, like, their waste is phosphate. So it's a way to convert, you know, your biological plants into phosphate. And of course, you're buried again. So you stop working. Yes, this is my room for de-germing air and water. It's gonna take a while to happen, but we'll get there. Yeah, like you see, the germs are almost gone out of her water reservoir. I've got a couple of lockers. What do you have that has food poisoning in there? Polluted dirt is in here. Alright, we got a bunch of seeds that are covered with stuff as well. Let's look at our seeds and say no on the seeds as well. And you got a bunch of pollution. So it's the abyssalite, but it's getting cleaned up. Which means down here, you can carry the seeds. Alright. They're just trying to get the germs to be under control. So deconstruct that. Sweep all of this. And that. And then once it's all swept, I plug that up. We can tear all that out, build that part of roof in. And then in the future, any chlorine we find, we'll just pump it in there. And they'll start, you know, digging paths around the outside of this. You are idle. How dare you? Who do you think you are being idle in this colony? And also why? Because everyone can sweep. Oh, you can't sweep because all the storage is full. I see. Well, for right now, I'm just going to put more over here, I guess. And if I start growing this, then I really do need to hook up at least some type of new water source, because this is a going to cause a loss of water. But it should give us food that doesn't utterly depress our people. Oh, right, you actually need lights. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. I forgot there's a thing. Alright, so I'll get that sorted. Alright, so now we're starting to haul all the stuff out of there. Then we can plug up that area. And that'll be our clean room built. At which point, like I said, we can just let chlorine out and start pumping it into that room until it starts getting, you know, somewhat pressurized. And it will be good there. That'll be pretty straightforward because I got chlorine over here. We got chlorine down there. We got chlorine over here. So I've got no shortage of chlorine. Okay, so that's the really hot water. Yeah, the colder water up here. How does our temperatures look like in the colony? We got a little bit of warmth up here, not bad. The rest of the place is looking pretty good. We also got a little bit of warmth in this area, from where that battery was located for a long time. That's where the most of the warmth here is, but for the most part, this place is at least, you know, slightly warm to cozy. All right. Now reach selected. All right, have fun with that. So I still need to make the thing. Actually, I haven't made it. Refinement. All right, so you're too tall for that spot. So I need to make the rock crusher. All right, we'll put the rock crusher and that kind of stuff. Start expanding our refinement down here. Oh, and I need to go copy settings. That should solve that problem. Oh, we're banging stuff here. Blueprint, we can get pip eggs or sweet larva. Sure. And duplicate skills. But you're a researcher. Gonna have you go into rocketry. What does that have a tie-in over there? There's sustainability training, tidying. Let you go in there as well. Alright. How's the germs coming? So that water is badly contaminated again. We're working on it. You shouldn't have seeds in there anymore. Yeah, so just like the Abyssite seems to be carrying some germs, and it seems to like, go away on its own. Alright, last little bit in there. Do we plug it up? Mine that out, plug that up. Meanwhile, refinement. So, oh, we can just use a metal refinery itself. You require a lot of power, and I also recall you produce CO2 and a lot of heat. So by yourself, you need like 1,000 watts. So put a jumbo battery there. Nearly heats and outputs the liquid piped into it. Right. So I can't remember with this if I need to actually make sure I'm putting super cold water into it or just any water is fine. I'll just go here. Get stuff for the rocketry. Get the mechanical surfboard. But now I need something that's going to produce power. I'm going to go with the coal generator for now, because I don't really have something else that'll fit in there. But I'm a bit concerned it won't be up to task. In the meanwhile, this one actually needs the better power cable. Alright, so we're going to try this and see what happens. I might still need an additional power source on it. Okay, so we're bypassing the crap quality metal, or the crap ratio for metal, where you crush it into good metal. One more thing is all that's left in that corner. The problem is that's even more coal I'm using. That's going to start causing us real problems down here with the sheer amount of carbon dioxide. So that's going to need to be dealt with. Alright, so I need way more water. Like, just in the system, I need way more water. So what we're going to try and do is start pumping this water up there. And we can go plumbing. Liquid pump. Why would you do this to yourself, Rongor? It was only a matter of time. The dupes are real dumb in this game. So, what I'm hoping to do... Here's how we'll do this. So that'll be our water pipe. And for our power, I don't want to hook up to that one. I can disable that building for a while. I just need to remember that one of those has to be turned off for the other to be turned on. But then we can start just pumping all that fresh water into our system to give us more water. And then, you know, once that one's done, I'll punch a hole through here. We're just going to increase the water supply in our system. Ultimately, I want to incorporate this water, get that water cleaned, same deal. We're not quite there yet. Like, one of the worst things, I could literally just pop a hole in there, open that, and the water would run down there. It'd get along the edges here, but it would go to the right place if I just punched a hole and went with that. We don't want to do that because it'll let all the oxygen out. Okay, so that's done. So we're good to knock a hole in that. And mine that out. So they can build that. Okay, I just saw for a moment with the panic. I was like, wait a second, did the stream go down? Because it's not like that's never happened. Ah, cancel building that for 2 seconds. Finish that. We'll sweep up this. It's fine. The chlorine's gonna get out. We'll just put a pump up here. We'll pump all the chlorine back in. It was... Oh, here we go. More pump stuff. A wall toilet. Gives the duplicants a place to relieve themselves. Empties directly on the other side of the wall. Oh, interesting. So, like, I could literally just put it against the wall and then just have it all, like, spill out the other side. Been a while. Hope you nerds are doing? Hey, Appalachian Connection, how's it going? The spaceship? Yeah. Well, I could also see it for using for other purposes. Like, if you put, like, all your bedrooms on one side, just have, like, all your bathrooms, like, on one side, just have it spill out the other side. Like, that could be useful. You'd still probably have to do the sink, so I guess it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But I could see benefits from that. Breathability is getting terrible. I think that's more because I'm just occupying more and more space. That's pretty decent. Pretty decent's pretty good. What are you working on down there? Okay, so you're working on that still. That's fine. Because I want to get all this extra water into the system. Your output pipe is full. Do I have something wrong with the plumbing on your output pipe? Oh, no, I see. All right, hang on. We can fix that. I was expecting that to output as contaminated water, or like polluted water, not as fresh water. Okay. Huh. Well, crap. That is a problem. Because it's very hot water. At least because of this, it's just stuck now, because these can't go either way. So, it's not producing anything, but at least it's not making the situation worse. Can't stay for long? That's no problem. Thank you again for popping in. What am I going to do with you? Because I don't want to put super hot water into the system Hmm. So if this reservoir is changed from being what it is now to having the pollution reservoir up there, I can make this reservoir down here just the leftover water or whatever. Because I don't really want to pipe it in here because that's inside the area and it's making it hot water. I could also just cut off this room, drop this in here, let them dump that down there for the time being. That may be what we do. That may be exactly what we do. So let's build 2 tiles high there. Cook the fish. I know you can kill the fish and all that by making it too hot. I don't think you can technically cook, like, you know, make that happen. We do need to mop that up. Alright, and sweep that. Alright, before we do something terrible, we are going to end up contaminating our water system slightly. Cancel deconstruction on that one and that one. Yes, I broke the one pipe that spilled a little bit of water out. We'll sweep that up. So you have the tiniest bit of cross-contamination in here. That's fine, though. We'll cut these 2 tiles. And then once they build this, we basically have extra fresh water dumps right back in and gets pulled right back up. It's not actually how I want to go through this whole process, but it's what we're doing for the time being. Alright, Shredder, you sleep well. Because I believe if we look at the temperature, the water that ends up coming out of that is going to be real hot. That is getting really hot over there. And that's not super surprising. We're starting to get a lot of hot air. Okay, so we're getting too much hot air bleeding into the building. Because of this coal power we have down here. We're going to try and limit how much of that gets in here. I'm going to need to enable this building. Briar eggs and dirt. I don't really have any need for either. Supplying. And done. So we are going to start having to deal with temperature mitigation now as well. Because these are producing a lot of heat, both of those coal generators. That's producing a ridiculous amount of heat. If we go down here, yeah, that on the ground is just straight up red. This is super hot down here because of all that. That's not honestly that bad of a temperature there. So I need to start working and getting cold air through here because the room is starting to overheat. And that's because the air coming in and out of this area. I need to put a better airlock on it, but the way it's positioned right now, that's not really an option. So I do think we need to wire this in. We're at that point. So to start that, I'm going to cut into that room. Alright, you need to be swept still. So we can plug that up, and I can start pumping the chlorine all over the place, and yada yada yada. Alright. So how do I want to go about this? The other guys was up there. So ultimately I want to carve out a room that looks like that. Because then what I'll do is, like I said, I'll set this up so I can kind of pump the water out of here into our reservoir and into the system. That should give us the ability to cool off a lot of stuff. We can also put a thing where I, dump heat into this room to cool off the rest of the system. We have options. We'll go ahead and make our airlock. Make those pop up here. You're a really hot biome? I believe you're a warm biome. Oh, weirdly, the abyssalite is really hot. I mean, we're hot because of this area up here. That's why we're hot. The other two biomes nearby don't seem to be that bad. Yeah, so this is going to be something I need to do to get ahead from this getting too hot, which I think just putting it into our water system will have the effect I want. I may have to route it differently to get the temperature where I want before it cools off, because it's absolutely a thing that happens. But for the time being, I think just putting it through there will be fine. Yeah, so we're pumping out the carbon dioxide out here. That puts it down in this pool. And then we're also pumping air from down here up through. So it should be working okay. What? Why are you... I had it backwards the whole time. There we go. That'll fix it. Like, why is this all terrible? There. Now we're actually putting the carbon dioxide where I want it versus the opposite of where I want it. I misread the filter on which side I was going to output to. No gas output, but you have gas output. You're telling me you have no gas output. Oh, I'm misreading the whole design on this thing. That's right, you put it in here. That's where it filters. And anything that's not a filter goes out that part. I feel real dumb. Okay. How do I want to even adjust this? I will set it to instead be filtering chlorine, and I think that'll work. No, it won't. It's fine. I'm gonna leave it on carbon dioxide. It'll be fine. Even though I'm not technically using the way it's meant to be used, it's fine. It'll still serve the purpose of only letting oxygen and other, like, it'll take the carbon dioxide out, even if it's not technically doing its job correctly because I didn't set it up right. To set it up right, I need more space, is the problem. which we will. I'll find like some spot over here where I'll have the pipe go through, and it'll just be a series of all the filters to drop everything out. Hey, Zoc Alley Pock, how's it going? That should fix our oxygen problem here by pumping O2 in there. And getting all the CO2 out down here. Yeah, because this is getting a blend of air. And that's just getting nothing but O2 on the other side. So we pop over here. This should gradually make it so the CO2 goes away. Because we're kind of like going to force it over here. It's fine. Okay, so they did finally fix that up. Alright, so where can I move this so I can actually do a better job with filtering? Because this is a nightmare here. Actually, don't worry about that. That's second priority. First, we need to deal with the temperature inside, and that's what this is going to be about. So we go in here. Gonna make a ladder the whole way down. I will put mesh tiles there. We are going to mine all of this out just to make it into a giant reservoir room. Because then we'll have... Well, actually, if I make this an enclosed system, how am I going to be putting the polluted water back in? Well, I mean, ultimately, I'm not going to use these algae filters long term. We're using those for now, but eventually I'll be wanting to switch over to, like, the oxidizers and all that. Where basically I delete water to make air and hydrogen, and because I have infinite water from the geysers, it turns out okay. Alright, so that's fully sealed now. Hypothermia. Everyone's doing their best to get some work done. Alright. What we'll end up doing is putting a liquid pump there. It's time for more research. I don't really care what they're working on as long as they're working on it. Okay, so we have the input for polluted water. Is that one. I'll take care of that. And you need power. Which brings up the question of what am I going to use to power you up here? That isn't horrific to deal with. No, that's not what I wanted. That's why I was not doing it that way, and I didn't think about it, but it's too late now. I can't go back in time and make it better. I just have you plug that up, please. Cool, I'll take copper. And there's your cooking. There's your digging. Please plug that up. Please plug that up. I need you to plug that up. All right, I will critical it if I have to. Plug it up. All right. So with that, mop this up. Mop this up. Mop all that up. Okay. So that should fix that disaster. It's bound to happen sooner or later. So that should take really cold water, put it into the system, which would then take it down wherever it needs to go. I've lost track now, to the sieve. So it should take cold water right through the middle of the base. That should help cool us off. Eventually it becomes a problem. I can like put a way to make it go one way or the other way, depending on if I need to cool off or not. Actually, we can deconstruct those now. All right. Finish more research, finish more research. Cool. It is going to be very high pressure after a while. That's one of the reasons I want to contain this thing. Is that way it doesn't end up being a pain point for us later. In the meantime, I need to get a wire through here. So whatever I figure out with power, it's wired up that I can seal the door behind us and we don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. How's the temperature going? Yeah, so we're starting to get some really cold air in there. And because we had all that water spill down here, it is helping cool off a lot of this area, which is helping undo the problem where I had all the horrifically hot water drop everywhere. Right, enable that building, disable that building. Start bringing that polluted water back into the system, because that's more than I was ready to handle all at once. Alright. So how am I powering this thing? I don't want to put even more coal into it, because I don't really have a good way of getting more coal in it. We don't have natural gas or hydrogen and petroleum set up. I mean, it's a hamster wheel or coal. So I could be as fussy as I want to be about the coal, but I'm ultimately at a hamster wheel or coal. If those are my only options, it's gonna be coal, and I'll just have to worry about the fact that I'm going to need to switch power sources pretty soon, because our coal will get really low. And I am trying to fully seal this thing off so it's in its own enclosed space. I can only imagine how I'm thinking about it. You get this water right from here, it goes straight to the sieve and everything, comes out at like 20, 30 degrees, and then you immediately turn around and pump it into the shower. Because that thought amuses me greatly. How's the germ situation? It's pretty bad there. Yeah, so our main water supply is still contaminated. We are working on it. That's what this whole room is going to be about. You know, this actually works out okay, because what I can also do with this, that means, is I can turn around and go ventilation, gas pump, the gas pump, and put it down here somewhere. And I can put a filter here, so this will be the filter for oxygen. No, that'll be the filter for oxygen. This will be the filter for chlorine. And then this will be like everything else. Yeah, so we'll bridge it past that. Disconnect that. We'll run this over to where I have the chlorine input. You two be connected there, you two be connected there, you'll be here. Because I can run the wire down to that stuff too. And then for the rest of the gas, I'm thinking what I'm going to do is I'm just going to puncture a hole over here and we'll just let it fall. Or put on this side, just basically anywhere else. And the idea is I want to try and get as much of this gas out of here. Okay, so you're pulling chlorine. And you're pulling oxygen. Alright, this is going to require me to, like, do a little work over here. It still won't get into this area, but that'll be a start. So we can go over here. That's not what I want. You pull out of there just so we can reach where we're putting the ventilation at. All right. So I have ice and seeds. I'll take the seeds. How's the temperatures going? Okay, temperatures inside here are stabilizing. The mealworm is a little warm for some reason. But this area is cooled off. The upper area is cooled off. We're seem to be doing pretty okay temperature-wise. Yes, and the idea is we take out the chlorine, we take out the oxygen, anything extra we just huck over the side. When we do hit the point that that vent starts blocking up, then we probably just get rid of this pipe, because then that's a closed system and I don't need to touch it ever again. Meanwhile, we're also waiting for this to get finished. No, that doesn't need to exist anymore. Now once I get that set up, I'm going to punch a bunch of holes in these chlorine rooms to let the chlorine out. And go from there. Alright. Yeah, so everything's going pretty okay right now. It might actually be a problem where this area starts getting too cold. That'll have to deal with that. But I can worry about that when I get there, because like these pipes are actually... Honestly, the water going through this, without even drawing from that room, just going through here is cooling everything down quite a bit. Eventually I'll need to route stuff more and we can balance it out more. Because of the heaters and all that, you can effectively move heat from one place to another. Data analysis as well. I'll go through and research all the stuff we've got currently, and then worry about all this other stuff. Yeah, I think the only reason the oxygen production is pipe blocked. I see. So what's happened is the air pressure is getting too high in here. But that vent is no longer usable, which has blocked up this whole system. So just gonna open that door and just let some of that gas just dump into this other location. Alright, so we're doing good now. We're pumping the oxygen into the main area. Anything that we don't recognize goes over here. Chlorine gets put into the into the room for disinfecting. So with that, poke a little hole up there. Poke a little hole over there. Poke a hole in here. Get some chlorine into the system. Sweeper's dock. Oh, right, for if you make the little robots and all that. Okay, that's reaching maximum pressure, which is deeply concerning. Alright, so it looks like we are starting to have a pressure problem. So these oxygen production machines aren't going to be doing us any good for a while, because they're hitting maximum pressure. I can use water to start scrubbing the, start scrubbing things. Turn this off for the time being. Because I don't have enough coal. So I need to get this natural gas geyser in here. We don't used to use the electrolysis thing or whatever it is. That makes oxygen and hydrogen, because then I can use the hydrogen power as well. But I need to set that up where we can get that handled. The hydrogen floats, so we'll probably put the hydrogen up here. I'll probably put the hydrogen up here, get rid of that. Have that power this system. And start trying to wean us off of just using coal for so much. Okay. Because then I could also pop up here. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't need to do that. Once this area is at the point that vent starts closing, with the... Oh, I have a single thing of standstill in there. It's fine. Once it's maxed out in pressure from the chlorine, I can just disconnect that hose and pump it up for hydrogen instead. Alright, so let's look what our options are for oxygen. So we have a carbon scrubber that uses water to filter carbon out of the air. If I remember correctly, it takes water and it makes into polluted water? Yeah, so it takes water in and it makes polluted water out to get rid of carbon dioxide. Okay, I gotta move these pipes. I believe you need power. Okay, that might be a problem. How much power do you need? $120. Because then that'll help with the air pressure situation. Alright. So that'll be just disposing of carbon dioxide. Which will be fine because that opens up the air pressure enough that I can start doing the thing where I split water into stuff. Alright, so we're gonna hit capacity with that sieve. That's okay. Now I'm getting little bits of chlorine in here. Look at there, yeah. Isn't there an overlay that shows... I thought there was an overlay that gave me more colors for this, like, instead of just breathable and breathable. I thought there was one that'd make it, like, slightly green for one or whatever. It's fine. I don't super need something like that. That's alright. And they're slowly mining this out from both sides. These are starting to kick back in now that the air pressure's not as horrific, so we can go ahead and no longer lock that door open. So that area is still hot from all the manufacturing. This one room is warm. Not super warm, but a little warm. Some of these rooms are actually getting a little on the cold side. That one tile's weirdly 104. That out there is just plain cold, which that'll start to resolve itself. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, Steve is going through the polluted water as fast as it can. We now have the geyser involved. Okay. So, we're going to end up wanting to tone these down and switching over to hydrolysis to reduce our usage of those. I think the first place to put that up would naturally be probably up here. Could take water that passes through here, take some of that. You earned a skill point. We can deal with that real fast. Basically, I want to stop using this spot. But as long as I have the algae here, I have to keep using it. I'm always going to need some place to deal with this. But right now, where you emit polluted water, I need something that's more manageable and less manual. Which means we need to go to oxygen. For producing oxygen, we have converts rust into oxygen and chlorine. We have the algae terrarium, which consumes algae to produce oxygen, removes some carbon dioxide. We already have the carbon scrubber going. We do have the electrolyzer. So we can use the electrolyzer to produce oxygen and hydrogen. And then the idea being that, you know, hydrogen would end up there. That might work down here well, too. So you can just slowly work on getting the hydrogen. Because I remember it ends up being a thing that you can't just run one electrolyzer and one hydrogen thing and it's sustained. You don't get enough hydrogen to keep that cycle. But they just get a bunch of these and it starts working. I probably want to put them in an enclosed location and then pump the hydrogen and the oxygen out. You know, pipe the hydrogen over to where it's needed and pump the oxygen just into the main system. Maybe I put it up here. So realistically, this one I probably want the door on the bottom. Because both hydrogen and oxygen rise. So I put that on the bottom, I can capture all the gas I care about at the top. Before we punch through there and leak water everywhere we don't want it. We'll do that. Yeah, then we'll make this a room where we do the oxygen electrolysis stuff. We will pipe the oxygen right over here into the main system where the oxygen is being distributed. And then from there, we take the hydrogen, we split that off to probably up here to where we'll have a hydrogen power plant, get rid of the coal. And that should work out as well. And it also makes this kind of work out because if I were to ever build a wall up here, this can actually be an airlock. So any air that I bleed through from these various systems, we can pump it to where it needs to be respectively and otherwise turn that thing off. That also works out because that means it's going to block the air from this side so that we don't have the problem where we pump air, it goes over here, it lifts up, and comes right back into the same system again and again. It'll be stuck on the outside over there. Alright, what is your health problem? Yucky lungs. Alright, complain about my research. Okay. So guys, I'll build a ladder all the way up the side. And then this one will have the air pump in the top. Which maybe the way I work this is I literally just put another filter right there. That's probably exactly what I do, is I just put another filter right here, pipe that into the same system, hydrogen goes that way. We'll definitely want a tank for the hydrogen, but it doesn't need to be filtered. Sorry, it doesn't need to be filtered, it doesn't need to be sanitized. Okay. Don't build that behind him. Okay, good. Okay, so he's mopped up all the polluted water. The rest got dumped down here. I just realized I dumped it into clean water. It's trace amounts. It's fine. It'll be just like 1 or 2 spots of it. It'll make a pump mad or whatever, but then once it's done with that, it'll clear the system. Well, I guess reservoir is filling up. Maybe put another vent. Well, if I put the vent right there, it'll just spill back in. I mean, you can't mop up, but you can build tile over it. Yeah. No, it's fine. It'll get pulled in. I'm not gonna put the effort in. It'll get pulled in, a machine will go, ow, and take a little damage, and we'll fix it. And if it plugs something up, I'll just fix it. Yeah, it's saying that oxygen is becoming scarce at low pressure. That's because this is where I'm keeping it pressurized, and I don't care about this outside area. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we have smart storage and all that. Grab our power. So with these, I probably want one or the other on, not both. Actually, I can afford to have both, so that's fine. That's fine, I don't really care. Alright, well I care more about that. They already hear those, so just get mopping. Alright, and that's fine. It'll leak water later. Okay, and you're done with this. Nope, but that should. Alright. Yeah, so this is getting very heavily pressurized. I shouldn't need to go in there for very much. But now that it looks like we do have that hooked up to the rest of the system. So we do have our polluted water going into our reservoirs over there, which are all full. Because we are overwhelming what the sieve can handle. But that's okay. I am going to need a second sieve here, and not too terribly long, at which point let's hopefully get that coal out of there, put some other more sustainable power for us. How many people do we have? At the moment, only 6. You don't really need that many dupes. It is one of those things that I feel is a mistake a lot of people make, is they grab, like, every other dupe they get, and then suddenly they can't sustain everything. And I was thinking about buying this game, so for a beginner, how many people should that way start? So I stopped at 6 for now. Eventually I'll get more. Kind of the way to look at it is wait until you have things where they feel comfortable, like, yeah, okay, my food is good, my water is good, all these things are good. Then start considering getting more dupes. And then, like, get a dupe, kind of wait and see what happens. Because it's actually a challenge that some people will do, is that to grab all the dupes they can. Like, that's an extra challenge people apply to themselves. And for the record, I'm not an expert in this game in any sense. I haven't played in almost 2 years. Yeah, this is still a germ mess. Yep, still a germ mess. Oh, germs are going up in this case. It should be getting better. Because I'm taking them through my reservoir over here where we got all the chlorine. It's just that already became contaminated. We've been having problems recovering it. We'll get there. Alright, so definitely need to get rid of these soon. Because I can actually go ahead. What was the air pressure in here? Disable that building for a while, let the air pressure build up more, then we'll turn it back off. Alright, so now I want to get this out of here, and we're going to, set up the electrolyzer. And go to ventilation, gas pipe. I know our people never take more than 12 dupes, since they're eating the most valuable late game resource, frames per second. Alright, so what we're going to do is this should be just oxygen and hydrogen in this room in the long term. So plan is, I'm gonna go and have this come over here, down there. There we go. And now put into our already existing filtering system. Okay, we'll go ahead and just mine that pocket out. See, on 3K, 4K, so I actually just dupe is just dropping it. That didn't super surprise me. Okay, so you just need water. And water you shall have. Now, what's going to end up happening is going to go ahead and disable this building for the time being. Because we've got almost all the chlorine we're going to get out of here. Out of there. You have smart batteries and all that. Okay. So the next thing I need to do is ventilation, gas filter. I need to add another one in here. So start piping that in. Okay, that'll be where hydrogen goes for now. We are going to be worrying about power problems here and kind of pushing what I can get away with on this grid. So we have to be very careful. Why not put all the chlorine stones in water? I've never done that. For the record, I am not like a super duper advanced player or anything like this, and I haven't played in years. Instead I have all the stuff pumping through this room that's saturated with chlorine. Is the way I'm dealing with it. Because that at least used to be a very effective way to cleaning stuff, is just if your storage was in chlorine, it would decontaminate as well. Now granted, why do I have... Oh, that's floral scent germs? Ah, from this. Interesting. Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't realize it was let off floral scent germs. I'm assuming this is the source of the floral scent germs. Okay. That is something I'm gonna have to figure out. You can create a storage in water and put all those stones there? Yeah. I get what you're saying. It's just a different way of doing the same thing that this is meant to. But I've already got this set up, so I don't really need to make a whole separate system anymore. Like, this isn't even meant to be a long-term reservoir, it's just what I had at the time. It's just kind of there because I have other priorities. Yeah, I'm just not going to put the point to anything, because I don't really need it. Alright, we're going to want to make sensors and all that later so that this doesn't bother pumping until there's enough air pressure and yada yada yada. Like right now, kind of hitting capacity on the oxygen over here. It does look like you need to put another oxygen vent somewhere along here. I just don't want to put it right next to this pump. Maybe right there. Yeah, around there should probably be fine. I just want to put it right next to the pump where I'm basically the pump feeds out right back in. And one on the out. That way we're getting other gases out of there. Honestly, now that I think about it, I should be having this one go into this system as well. Honestly, all it take to pop it into that system would like literally be put that pipe there. And then take these pipes out, because then the oxygen still goes to the oxygen. Okay. No research focus. Research. I need to start having them do the advanced research because we're running out of stuff that doesn't require it to do. And I keep putting it off. Choose blueprint. I don't really need more dupes. They don't care about those skills. Yeah, so starting to get a little bit of hydrogen in here. And the plan is once that starts building up, I'm going to get rid of that coal thing. We're going to put hydrogen in there. This is going to not be sufficient to keep that system going forever. So we'll end up needing to mess with that later. Yeah, and that's not technically set up right, but is serving the purpose I need it to do. And that's just that. Well, that's interesting. It's only supposed to be filtering carbon dioxide. It's just keeping carbon dioxide from entering this side of the system, then everything else is spilling out. But extra oxygen is too, which is interesting. So the tidal water reservoir is enough. 56 kilogram water in the lower tidal of storage in water. It won't spread anything. Good way to keep polluted dirt. Bleach stones criteria. One tile water reservoir. Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, like stuff like that. You're not gonna see me micro to like try and find like the super duper meta whatever. Because one, I haven't done my homework on this game. Probably never will. Like I enjoy the game and all that, but I'm not looking to like make the systems where you can like make the tiny little box that has like the one tile of pressure that you can like manipulate and all that. Like I remember there's all sorts of weird exploity things you can do, and I'm not saying that's exploiting. You get where I'm trying to take this though. Then I'm not looking to like make the super duper. I'm looking to play a game and have fun with it. All right, so this pipe needs to go so that the hydrogen does go through there and just doesn't get dumped back out over here. Because like I remember there was ways you could trap the shine bugs to make near infinite power and all sorts of stuff. There's ways you could use the wart weeds to make like a permanently cooling area. So you could like manage your temperature very precisely. I mean, there's all sorts of like clever things you can do. But it's been entirely too long since I played and I don't remember them. But I'm also not going to put in the really high number of hours required to be able to take advantage of those and remember it all. Because as a full-time content creator, I just can't take that time. Like on any game. Unless it's like the big game of the week. Or not. As long as like, unless it's like a game that's been around for a long time and is staying around for a long time, it's very difficult to put in that kind of time anymore. Because viewing on Twitch be fickle. People change what they want to do. I think. There he has exploits. Right. I'm not saying exploit. You're saying one tidal water reservoir is enough. Yeah, so I'm not understanding it. Maybe just autocorrect getting you. Like I'm not even like if you're saying to keep polluted dirt, I can just drop bleach stones and etc. like in a pool of water or whatever. And I'm getting what you're saying. Like, and I wasn't aware of that for the record. But I don't worry about doing all that kind of stuff. You know, it's all good. We have juicers. A whole bunch of stuff going on. Alright. Go ahead and dig that spot out. Dig all that out for just... why not? Why did you spill water out? Why did you spill water out? It's saying the storage bin with its toes dipped in 50 kilogram water will make the contents of it not off gas. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm not worried about... Right, so you're saying if I put like just a little bit of water down, then it won't off gas. I get that. I understand what you're saying with that. Like at the moment, I'm just using this as my sanitation means. Oh, you're not full anymore. That's somewhat alarming. Ah, I see, because this is bottlenecking, is what's happening. So every time we have something introduced that isn't one of those things, it's causing pain problems. Alright, let's check our temperatures. And temperatures are actually getting cold because of the water. Yeah, that reservoir is getting worse and worse pollution, but where's the pollution coming from? It's clearly in the pipeline, all that. Like this water. Oh, right, this down here is super polluted. Because it got contaminated earlier. Surprisingly, none of our electrical lines have gotten overwhelmed at all. Also still waiting for this to have issues. New colony achievement. Cure sick duplicate of disease. Cool. Yeah, so both those are hitting pressure limits. But our entire area, other than this little pocket of CO2 over there and the little spot there, is all good. This area is fine. These are basically not doing anything anymore. I'm going to disable these buildings for now. All the oxygen generation down here. Because I believe if I do that, they'll stop adding to the pollution as well. You know, I get what you're saying is I could punch a hole there, drop bleach stones in here, just submerge it enough in water, and that would work. I do understand what you're saying. So our air is good. So our temperature's starting to be a problem because it's too cold, which is honestly a new experience for me. Because even when I've chosen to start on like the frozen one, I've never had the problem of people being too cold in all of my time playing this, which is not a huge amount of time, but still. All right, so I want to get that natural gas geyser. So plan for you. We will box it in. Not quite that tight. Actually, I don't need to do anything that fancy. I can just let it vent up to where the rest we have the system. Alright, so put an airlock over here. That is not something that excites me. We can probably avoid that. Yeah, granted that'll hold up. I was worried it was going to be algae, because algae would rupture against the weight of that water and just spill out there. We'll just make a narrow corridor. That's not going to be great for, venting natural gas along, but that's fine. And, like, ideally I want to make that closed system, but for right now I can be lazy and just let it scoop up by. We'll grab it with, you know, one of the air pumps, and we can get that going. Because still waiting for this to fill up, because right now it's hydrogen. Did I misunderstand? Does this thing just spit out water? I was always the impression... Oh, no, it's because I mined ice, and it's the ice melting. Never mind. I was like, where's this water coming from? There's ice in here. And it's melting. That's what's happening. It's like, I was getting really confused. Like, I don't remember that thing spitting out those. That's fine. Oh, one thing we will add. Is a ladder to analyze this thing. Hey, Paul. I'm having a good day. Oh, I still don't have my grill. That's right. I was going to build a kitchen, and that never happened. So let's deconstruct all of you. And you. That's right. I was gonna build a kitchen in this area somewhere. I'm just gonna put up there. I was gonna see if like maybe making that a park, but I'm just gonna build up here. What are the requirements for something to be considered a kitchen? It needs a spice grinder, an electric grill or gas range, and a refrigerator. Okay. Alright, we got no more research going. We're getting all the things for whenever I go set up automation where I can have it check the pressure of one thing versus the other, see which has a higher number, yada yada yada. Okay. We didn't have anything spill out here or here, because that would also happen if we had ice that melted. Alright, so stations. We need... Sorry, it's under food. We need an electric grill, a spice grinder. Oh, and a fridge. That was the last thing I wanted. I want a fridge. Then go ahead and get this set up so that we actually have a kitchen. It will need power. The story of my life. How much power are you gonna need? It's gonna be more than I want it to need, isn't it? So the electric grill requires 60 watts, which is basically nothing. 120 watts, we're at 180 watts. And you don't require power. So it's only 180 watts, so it's actually really not that bad. The problem is, I'm pretty sure almost all of my grids are at a point they can be overwhelmed. That's fine. For right now, I'm going to go with it. Because that thing almost never runs. And what we'll try and do is switch over our power stuff onto separate networks later. So you have more skills. I'll grab your supplying. I'm going to start having people stress out as I keep leveling up their skills. Oh. Okay, for some reason... Alright, so that previously had lots of germs in it, and those germs cleared. It was like the set. The thing that's deeply concerning is this pool having its germs just exploding. And I realize there's stuff I could do with that. The big thing is I really don't have much need for that. If I go over here... Well, actually, what am I using the water for anymore? Am I using the water here for anymore? Because none of that requires that water anymore. Those don't require water anymore. Oh, I think you require water. Because one of the research benches, I believe, uses water. Yeah, water. So that one research bench uses water, and I can't just pipe it in. I think that's literally the only thing that's still using water. Like, directly. Alright. I'll use the hydrogen to power some stuff, because I believe that's the one running on... This is the network running on the hamster wheel. And get rid of that hamster wheel. So if I go over here and go power... Put in the hydrogen generator over there. Take a power line. Make a monstrosity of it. Do that. Then we go to the gas line. Hook that up. That'll start running that. And it won't be super duper reliable constant. But, oh, I need a battery. One moment. But that should cover it. Just go ahead and take all the fridge stuff. I don't know what these do. Okay, so you can make omelets, do forever, fried mushroom forever, gristleberry forever, roasted grubfruit forever, pickled meal forever, barbecue forever. And remember, half of these aren't even worth making. Outside of kitchen, no spice selected. Slows the decomposition of perishable food, provides a boost to piloting skills, strengthens even the weakest muscles, improves the operating skills. Sure, will make people stronger. So once I put the door on, that should be considered a kitchen. And once that's on, we're gonna... Actually, you don't need a battery. Because you're on the same grid as one that already has battery. We can... Once I get this built, we'll be able to go down there and take off that hamster wheel thing. We're not even take off the hamster wheel, because the hamster wheel can be a fallback for any time the hydrogen thing isn't running. Alright, we got more water here that's unexpected. Okay. Well, that's a problem. I need coal now. Alright, that should help a little bit. Yes, I definitely need to get out there. I don't want the ice. Just gonna make a mess. Duplicate skills. You're good with what you have. That's fine. Colony summary. I don't even know which one I went to. Yeah, so the problem is I'm running out of coal, so a bunch of my coal power stuff is shutting down. Which is breaking a lot of things. And you have the little guys, I forget what they're called, they run back and forth and they eat stuff. They like, eat dirt and that and they turn into coal. Which is fine. But I need a better long-term solution, which we're working on. Like, if I get Steam set up, I can use that geyser to do the Steam stuff. We're actively working on getting natural gas set up now. We're actively working on unreachable dig. What do you mean unreachable dig? Oh, I see. It's at a weird angle so they won't jump down. That's good. So C's back online, which means we're getting our water through the system again. But a cool steam vent isn't hot enough to steam turbines? Yep. And welcome, Box. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, I know what I've had to do in the past is I'll have like a heating coil or whatever to boil the water. Or if I'm really lucky, I'll find something like a volcano. I'll take the volcano's like hot supplies, pipe it right through the steam vent area, and use the two to kind of like fix each other's problems. Yeah, so slime lung in there. I can go to refinement. Where are you? Where is... Was it sludge press? there's a distiller. Algae distiller. That's right. Ah, you're tall. Of course you're tall. Now we can go ahead and do the water mesh. Go here, put the fireman's pole. Alright, and how much do you need to do that? What is your cost? 120 watts. What is on this network? More than 120 watts. Wait, actually, weren't you on your own network? Hang on. You are on your own network. Let's see. I was looking for another bridge. Yeah, that's fine. Because then I can turn whatever slime's over here into this. I've already got the filters up there and all that good stuff. So I can hopefully deal with the slime lung. That does concern me about potentially having slime lung issues elsewhere, which I'm not excited about. We put deodorizer over here. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, natural gas isn't going to work out great because I want to say it's fairly heavy. So I'm probably going to end up ultimately putting a pump down here as well. I mean, ultimately what I'm going to do is I'm going to enclose that in a room, have a pump for it to get stuff out. I'm just trying to not have to juggle its temperature as well for the moment. Not seeing any other geysers. I mean, I already had the steam geyser I need to hit here. There's a slush geyser up there, a salt slush that required desalination. Then I've got the natural gas geyser over here. Is this one I can set up for power? I can probably use this one and that one together to make really good amounts of power feeding off each other. Because there's going to be stuff I'm going to use that's going to cause heat that I can dump into this water to boil it. And then when I boil the water, then it can become steam, steam power and yada yada yada. Like, I got lucky the last time we played, I remember there's like a volcano down here relative to this cool steam geyser, so it's just dumping all the cool water onto the volcano, letting the volcano boil it, and then, using that to power and just kind of like keeping that cycle going. I need to cool off the volcano, I need to warm up the water. And I can't really, like, I'll probably have to set up a switch for that so I can turn this off without going in that room. Yeah, water is going through the system smoothly now, which is good. The biggest problem I have is just my coal dependence at the moment is hurting me, which we are actively working on fixing that. Why are you still saying unreachable dig? Oh, I see. I see what happened. At some point, we actually got rid of that block. They physically couldn't get over here. They're trying to run the whole way around. Well, at least we've almost got it piped around. Yeah, that... the natural gas in there. So the big problem is we have all this slime down here. Slime's no good. Oh, you have an out pipe? Perfect. There, that's a bunch of coal. Alright, that'll help with our power temporarily. I think it should do. Working getting rid of all that. Alright, we can lock these open as well. There's no reason for them to be closed. Yeah, so far this is going good. Our morale keeps improving because I'm managing to get these other rooms. I am getting higher and higher demands on my morale as well, but that's just typical. Yeah, so that's dormant for a while. Omelets. Yep. Ooh, gold? Gold it is. You had me excited for omelets, and then you showed me gold. Alright, so the hydrogen generator is online. It's going to be unreliable for the time being because I'm not making enough hydrogen. Wait. That's polluted oxygen, that's fine. Natural gas is also coming around. So that's interesting that natural gas is already getting as far up into this system. But that's picking it up. Oh, right. I was going to start piping all of these through. Right. I need to just have like one committed air filtration area. That's what I need to do is stop having all these ad hoc ones like this one up here. And like I have the one down there. Like have all of them feed into the same system for the time being. We will hit bottlenecks on those pipes, which will be a negative. But I'm just fascinated that I'm already seeing natural gas get that far. No, I'm not. It's a natural gas that's getting in here, picking up this one, and then being tossed in the main system there. That's not super shocking that it's already up there. Well, that in mind, let's build another thing right there. For the moment, we'll start storing some natural gas. Put a gap. We're going to need more power on this network. Not more power, that's not what I need. I'm going to need to set up this network to Where is it? Natural gas. Be able to handle a higher load. We're using transformers or split up the network, that kind of stuff. Changes will have to be made because pretty soon things are going to overload and get damaged. Alright, that'll give us natural gas someplace. And everything else is hooked up. So now I just need to build out that pipe. Honestly, I could actually put the heavier wire out here. Almost all of this out here. I don't really care what it looks like. And I could put the natural gas thing here. Have that all pump in. And almost all those I could keep like a hamster wheel like just shoved in the corner where if it does not have enough power to keep running, it can fall back in the hamster wheel. Alright, so let's start looking at our stats. Air is good. Don't need to worry about that. We have the power overlay where we've got a bunch of different networks. We got a network down here, network there, a network here, and a network up there. Temperature-wise, that room is a little on the warm side, but everything else is looking pretty expected. The main building is a mix of okay temperatures and a bit on the cold. Basically, the areas with lots of water are cold. I don't think that'll be that big of a deal. What'll probably end up happening is we'll start equalizing that out. Because what I could even do is, what we do is put like a thing where we heat stuff up in here. Yeah, so we're gonna get like no natural gas yet. So what is your purpose? So right now you're pulling air from where you're at. And you're basically taking the oxygen and the carbon dioxide, trying to separate out. So carbon dioxide down, oxygen up. That's pretty much what you're doing right now. It's also sending, well, it's just sending carbon dioxide down. Like, the way it's wired is incorrect, but it does still work correctly because things are weird. Alright, so what do I need to do to make this better research happen? That's the first thing I need to do. As I'm sitting here, we're locking into where I'm not going to be able to advance research anymore if I don't do it. I keep putting it off. So we have the material study terminal. That requires rad bolts. Conducts data analysis study to research new technology. Consumes data banks. Alright. So we can basically turn data banks into other stuff. It also produces a pretty respectable amount of heat. It does require to be in a lab. Which I can fit it here. State. No, I can't fit it there. That's huge. Consumes data banks. And that don't require holds room. That's... Oh, we can get rid of you as well. I don't need to make those bars anymore. You still don't fit because of height. Check the network and make sure we have another power source. So you're on the same power source. You've got the battery down there. You're the one on hydrogen. Just in case we do run into a problem with this, we can go up here. Where would be a good place to shove the wheel in as a backup? In the event our power goes down, that we don't have enough hydrogen, there's a wheel to pop in there. Excellent. Okay, because I got some data chips up here. I got some data chips down there. So we'll want to be mindful of our research, what we're doing next. Since that's not limited, but it's going to take me more effort to get that than a lot of the other materials. Have like minimal natural gas in there. That said, you can see the natural gas is starting to just work its way up. Oh, we could also go up here and get rid of that. Okay. So that's the vacuum of space out there. So that I need to be mindful of there. This is getting out to where space empties into the vacuum. Oh. Don't put food in there anymore. Medicine's fine. Alright, so saltwater, doctoring, reject all. I could use pretty soon to get one more dupe to do creativity, to turn those blocks in the rooms into something like actually usable. Oh, you do need a light source. I didn't realize there's actually a requirement for it. Furniture, light source, power. All right. And the air situation just keeps being pretty solid. All right. Oh, I see why that's actually working in natural gas. Is what's happening is the carbon dioxide is heavy enough, it's dumping down and filling this up, that the natural gas tends to flow up. I'm gonna need to make this tunnel wider for that to continue working, though. Alright, so it's time to actually do some more advanced research. So, we need to be particular about which ones we choose, because they have limited supplies. Yeah, cell control. Renewable energy. That's what we're doing first. Because I got a steam vent here I can do stuff with. Worst case, you can put a solar panel on the top. Like, I've got possibilities with that. And our water's still going really good. Got plenty of chlorine down there. Thinking of stuff weirdly out of proportion temperature-wise. Yeah, I think all that space out there. Like, this is cold. I think that's getting to space out there. There. So I've got another geyser of some kind underneath this. Yeah, like that's other things you could cheese that to look underneath that. I remember that being a thing. I remember how, but there was a way to actually see what was underneath that before you get there. I'm gonna mark it like that so I know it's here. I don't know what that was. Okay. Oh, it wants me to have the material study, so I have to have that anyways. Alright. What is gonna be the best way to do the material study? Because remember the problem with this is you have to like shoot the rad things at the rad bolts. They can hurt your dupes. There's a danger to it. So you have to like set the whole thing up. Because remember that the last time I played, that was like a brand new thing that I hadn't really had much experience with. I had to figure out how to do that. And safely. Alright, so let's see. So we have... actually, bear with me for one moment, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to put up an away screen, and I'll be back in just a minute. Chat. You gotta clip sometimes. Okay. Yeah, I put together that video, we're going high by the helicopter. Oh, no, helicopter. Not another pass. No, 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 helicopter. Come on. Let's talk about this, man. Nope, there we go. Both with back hits, that's probably bite. Oh, a laceration. We might be okay. Well, that's not what you like to see. No, it's right there. It's right there. It's fine. It wasn't close at all.
Exile?
What are you? Mage blood isn't. Wait, hang on. Isn't that supposed to be like really valuable right now? Okay, and I am back, so sorry about that. Oh, and that clip you're seeing was just me finding the rarest belt in the game, or most valuable belt in the game for Path of Exile. And I've been realizing at middle layers, like, wait a second, I recognize that name. What? Yep. Alright. It is one of those things that, here, I'm going to actually go and hit mark this button. I'm not going to worry about, but that'd be the kind of thing that I should edit out of the pod when I go to put up on YouTube, but I'm not gonna. Alright. So, our water supply seems to be in pretty good shape for the time being. Oh, the food poisoning germs are going down. It's working. The bristle blossoms emitting floral scent germs is horrendously awful. What was that face she had? What's your thing? Did you get any of the other DLCs? Hey, Zidian, thanks so much for the raid. I have spaced out as I think the last DLC they had, which is the last DLC I've got. This is one of those games that you do not need the DLCs, and I'd actually suggest maybe not getting the DLCs when you start. So hey, Zidian, thank you so much for the raid. Looks like you may have been playing RimWorld last? I can't actually tell. Just because... Yeah, RimWorld tonight? Okay. Because Twitch be kind of jank when it comes to the things where it's like, the last scene playing this, and it lies. It lies like 9 out of 10 times. It's really bad at actually knowing what you played last, which is really sad. Yeah, Space Out looks like it would complicate things. Yeah. Sleepy Randy for 90 minutes, and then a little action. Yeah. That was one of the things I know I mentioned a number of times on stream that normally I'll play Randy, but like for streaming, I always feel like I really should play Cassandra, just because at least Cassandra does something half the time. So we're gonna put that really high, so that slime doesn't stay around any longer than absolutely necessary, because slime is pretty bad. I want to know what that is. I don't have a good way to get down there that's not going to be just a ridiculous amount of gross. But I want to know what this is. Because this, unlike a volcano, that works out really well. Because then I can, you know, I could manage to get the water over to the volcano, use the volcano to, you know, turn the water into steam, use the steam to power things, and yada yada yada. Because otherwise everything else we've been finding has been about cooling stuff, which is actually really nice. Because he is normally what kills my my colonies. Is they'll pop in here and go, wait a second, it's like one wall starts creeping out and being orange. It does seem like the part where a lot of the place is too cold is kind of getting not as bad. Alright. Oh, you can't reach that, I see. That's fine. Making a little bit of refined copper. The air pressure's still managing to stay okay, which is the only reason I haven't turned on the carbon skimmer again. I keep expecting these to start backing up because of air pressure, which would be fine. But they haven't so far. Like this one down here, I don't think is doing us any good anymore. Not really. I think we're gonna turn that off. Because it's all just carbon dioxide down here nowadays. There's like not any meaningful amount of oxygen here at any point. So just letting that go would be better. Because like I'm not even doing oxygen production down here anymore. With going that way, it should just be recycling the system. And honestly, I could probably put a programmable thing on here to like have the bottom square here and be like, if you detect carbon dioxide, do stuff, otherwise don't bother. That's where things will get more advanced, is taking the time to do all that. I don't really care about any of those things, so that's fine. I can eat that eventually. So Turner, I don't really care about skilling you up. Suit wearing, there's no care about. Because as you level them up, they get more and more demanding. So you want, if you're going to take the time to do that, for those demands to be worth fulfilling. Try turning on that building. Is this game hard to learn to play? Looks very intimidating. I wouldn't say it's hard to learn to play on the initial side of things. It's that there's many things that you do balance. Because like at the beginning, it's really just the oxygen is all you care about. Temperature and germs and stuff ends up coming up later. So like right at the beginning, it's I have oxygen, I have carbon dioxide, I have food. Oh, I'm running out of oxygen. What do I do? And then, you know, figuring out, it's like, okay, well, carbon dioxide is heavier, so it sinks. All right, let me, like, dig a pit for the carbon dioxide to go into so that I have, like, the oxygen up here and the carbon dioxide down there. Cool. And then going, okay, well, I need food. We're going to make that happen. And that kind of thing. Does it have a really good tutorial or hint system in place to help you learn? I want to say it has a hint system. I don't remember tutorial, like, what they have in that regard. It's a vacuum of space. Yeah, like, I wanna say it's one of those things where, like, you'll notice up here, it's constantly have, like, you're missing a research thing. You have long commutes. It is really good about saying, hey, here's the things that aren't right, and then it's also really good about alerting you about different stats and you may or may not care about. Oh, your illumination, you're dying because your illumination out because I'm running out of coal. So in that regard, actually, it does a really good job. I wish more games were about this, where it's like a building stops working. It's like, hey, this is why your building stopped working. You're like, ah. You don't like wander all over the map and then suddenly you're like, wait, when did this stop working? Like 2 hours ago. Yeah, so this we might get lucky and get something good out of. I'm trying to avoid the temptation of just beelining down here, just like chopping through here and going down. Which I probably shouldn't even be. Like, you know what? I probably don't have a reason to be avoiding that, honestly. Now, I don't want to reveal this entire thing, I just want to get a little peek at the base of it to see what's behind there. Because once I reveal it, I gotta deal with the aftermath of whatever geyser or volcano or whatever I've revealed. But if we can just get like a little peek at it and go, ah, it's a volcano, then I know I need to get ready to like start dumping a bunch of something cold on it to deal with the metals and all that. Or just, in other words, manage the heat. Because you can straight up ruin a colony by just, you know, making molten metal be a thing that you have to contend with. And you're out of coal again. Alright, and anyways, back to what we were doing. We're working on this. So as I recall correctly with the, or not saying, if I'm assuming correctly, how do you get more colonists? So every, I can't remember if it's every cycle or every couple cycles or whatever. What ends up happening is this says, okay, I'm ready to print something, and they give you a choice of 3. It's usually like 3 colonists and 1 item. It can be other things like 2 items and 2 colonists. But it's every N amount type. Yeah, it's that little gauge on the right there. When that fills up, then what'll end up happening is it'll be like, okay, you can choose between these 4 things, and colonists are one of the options. One thing that'll get you in trouble with this game is do not get too many colonists too fast. You actually really do not need many colonists to have a functional place. Like, I'm running around with 6 this whole time. Like, I want to say really, really, really big built ones. We had someone earlier mention that a lot of people usually run around 12. But, like, it's actually a challenge run that people do, which is to just take colonists. More is not better than this. Yeah. Because really this is about balancing, because you're balancing your food, your water, and, like, your temperature. Like, there's other resources in there, but you're balancing different resources that, you know, some things aren't going to work and some things are. Yeah, so the power keeps going up because I keep running out of coal. Because I have way too much coal power. And I'm trying to get switched off of it. But we're not quite there yet. What I'm going to do is, as a backup, there's a manual generator there. I don't really have a good place to shove a manual generator in this one. I mean, I could put it down there, but definitely not ideal. All of our storage everywhere is full. That's lovely. We'll make it airflow tiles so we don't block. There. Those are both meant to be like backup for if I run out of coal, I can still operate them. It's just highly laborious. Alright, so we're almost to the point I can see what that geyser, volcano, or whatever's underneath there is. Plus, it's letting me see farther and farther down the more I go this way. So you can get an eye at whatever we got going on. Hamster wheel, yep. When all else fails, you got a hamster wheel. Alright, so we got tons of polluted oxygen showing up here. Why did you make a mess? Why would you not use the bathrooms that are right there? Don't do that. A polluted water vent. A highly pressurized vent that periodically erupts boiling contaminated water. It's extremely hot. And it has food poisoning germs. It's not even extremely hot. It's 68 degrees. It's mildly warm. Oh, that's the edge of the map over there. Okay, well, it's not particularly useful. The cold polluted water one is better. I mean, but why not both? I do agree, though. I'm gonna poke a hole through here, just so I can see part of this way, see if I can't find any more geysers not. Because usually like finding ones that have like metal or something, because I'm looking for something that's actually a proper source of like real heat. Not just moderately warm. I'm looking for something that like it's gonna spit stuff out 600-700 degrees. Because then using like these together with that can be really good. Plus, I should probably go. So there's teleporter transmitter. That's for teleporting stuff around. Supply teleporter. We'll get there. Yeah, so you mentioned how do you get more people? That noise here. Oh, I choose a blueprint. So now I have the choice if I can get any of these three characters or this adorable shine nymph, which is just a little flying light bulb. And so I chose a little flying light bulb because I don't actually care about any of those things, and you know, it can just do its thing until it dies, I guess. Okay, and that's the left border map. Oh, and for the record, the DLC spaced out makes your map smaller. But you have technically multiple maps, whereas the default game has a much larger map, but it's just one. Alright. So how do I want to deal with you? Because you're hot, but you're not hot enough to make steam. I keep forgetting I need to make the rad thing. We can get that. So it's stations. So it's this thing. Alright, consumes material science research, or conducts material science research, unlock new technologies. Consumes rad bolts. Assigned duplicate must possess applied science skill, yada yada yada, requires a little bit of power, yada yada yada. Auto outputs rad bolt storage. Okay. And then the cute little flying thing, light bulb, goes near barracks and keeps everyone awake with its light, and you murder the cute little light bulb? Yes, you do. All of the things you said are true. I have absolutely had that happen before where I'm like, you stupid little thing, get out of my room. Emits radiation when powered. That can be collected by a rad bolt generator. Manual rad bolt generator. Refines radioactive ores to generate rad bolts. Emit generated rad bolts in the direction of your choosing. A rad bolt generator attracts nearby radiation to generate rad bolts. Emits generated rad bolts in the direction of your choosing when set rad bolt threshold orders. Read rad bolt reflector. Yeah, it's only when they're trying to sleep. Otherwise, running around, they're fine. What other little bugs or creatures are useful or annoying? Yeah. They can also be helpful because certain things, like you can see these plants benefit from lights. If I can get them to be in this room with my plants, I could just not have lights and they act as the light. they can actually slightly power solar power. So actually, like, one of the strategies people used to, I don't know if it still works, people used to make rooms that were nothing, like this tiny little box, you'd put a bunch of these in, and then put solar panels beneath them as, like, infinite power. I don't know if that still works. It used to be a tactic. You can't, well, yeah, you can capture them, yeah. They can have pretty high decor as well. Oh, Dupes, you are just not that smart. Okay, so we've got that open. So let's try and figure out where we're going to be doing this rad bolt nonsense. I vaguely remember killing a dupe last time, experimenting, because it was like, okay, I have to know if this hurts my dupes. And the answer was yes. Pumping a bunch of radiation into a thing and then firing that radiation at a thing does hurt your dupe. In case you're wondering. And dupe is what they call the creatures in this. So that's that. Attracts nearby radiation to generate rad bolts. And that's a radiation lamp. That's right. So I was using the radiation lamp to power the thing to shoot into that little collector, and then my person was doing the research. Which is fine, because I want a wall on this side, so that people don't walk between the radiation lamp and everything. So cancel that thing. Trying to remember for the life of me. Wait, do those count as a source of radiation? They count as a source of radiation. Ah. So in theory, I can use them to power my radiation stuff. I'm down to try it. How do rotate direction of rad bolt? Oh, okay. Build it and then you can rotate it after it's built. Yeah, that's what I was suddenly realizing. Well, let's not build it that way. Let's build it so that the panel is up higher. Gone is achieved. Survive 100 cycles with at least one living dupe. Alright, so as always, I need more power. Oh man, you are 480 watts? That is not what I wanted to see you say. Do you have any Wheezeworts? There's some up here. I'm not using them yet. Actually, like, heat has not been a problem at all. Or are those radioactive as well? Assume not. They are. Huh.
Hello there.
Okay. Hey, Noplo, how's it going? Alright. Huh. They also don't fly away. Yeah, okay. So, deconstruct these. But you need to be careful. The radiation can make your dupe sick. Yeah, so that's the reason I want to put the collector here and then have the other stuff over there. So why is it important to do radiation? There's research that you have to have radiation for. There's the natural gas finally showing up. Trying to determine where I'm going is where I'm at. Because the Wheeze ward I can leave right there, and then I don't have to do anything special to keep it functional. So then I can do the radiation thing, but it's power. Power has been the hurting thing for us this whole time. And I need to set this up to fix that, but I also need the power to work with it as well. I mean, I can take the natural gas there and run it as well. Okay. So let's look at this. I wish I could turn this so my dupes don't have to run past it. Let's put that there. Go here. They probably don't want it where it's at long term, but that's where I'm going to put it for right now. Get rid of this. Her way out here. Yeah, I don't mind contaminating the water down here. Sure, have fun, fish. Good luck. You try and drain the water down over this way. Let's see, I had a few several thousand cycles. Then I learned something and try a new one. Yep. Guess that is huge. There's a limited size to the map. It's a decent size though. Okay, so I think we were going to do here is I'll put a battery here. I will put a natural gas power plant here. I vaguely recall you spitting out polluted water. You know what, that's fine, whatever.
Thank you SheWolf0777 for gifting a sub to Krewon.
Thank you, Wolf, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Cryon. Cryon, you have yourself some nice advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. So, thank you, Chiwo, for the continued support. It does mean a lot. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get this all set up. I can't thank her directly, Chuck. No, you can thank her directly as well. That isn't the point. Just I, as a content creator, you know, am also thanking because it's supporting the channel. I like paying my... I mean, I don't actually like paying my bills. I like having my bills paid. I like not owing money. I can't say that I like paying the bills directly. It's not really the fun. It usually gives you the option to give something... Oh. Yeah. I know... Yeah, I thought there was like a button that appeared in chat. I'm trying to remember the last time. Alright, so you have... gas pipe in, gas pipe out. Hmm. You put out what? Carbon dioxide? Yeah, carbon dioxide. Honestly, that works out. We literally just dump it down here because the carbon dioxide will get down here and effectively push the natural gas up. You don't have smart batteries? I do. I have been not using them at the moment. If I can remember with the smart batteries, didn't they require plastic or something? Oh, no, they had the refined. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, a much lower power leak. Yeah, so that'll be just a win. All right. So now the thing is, I remember that dupes getting hit with radiation bolts is not their friend. So what we're going to do here is we have the radiation bolt reflector. Then you build there. And there. Yeah, I remember the last time I played was like when radiation was brand new. And I was like, how bad is this? Shot through, like, let's not do that again. I have done my test, and the test was ow. Alright, so we're talking a pretty solid amount of power, so let's go ahead and use the big cable. Shot a shine bug with one, killed it instantly. Shine bug knows what it did. They were just trying to get some sleep. Oh, right, I just mentioned. Okay, so we're just gonna poke that down there. It's a gas vent. Because, yeah, I'm gonna make this like a one to expand. Actually, I can just let that out. Because we need that to be wider so air can move easier. Because I need to dump CO2 down here so the natural gas naturally gets put up. Remember those things kick out a lot of polluted water as well? I thought so. It's like right here, as I recall. That's fine. We're going to dump it all down in here, and that eventually is going to be tied into the system with everything else. So liquid that is streaming down with all that stuff? Yeah, that's liquid that's just dripping down. You're going to melt the snow under the Wheezewort and kill it? Oh. I'm not used to Wheezewort being on the snow. It was always on like granite and everything for me in the past. Or not granite, what is this? You know, I see it's on the ice here. gas is severely overpressure. Oh man, I did not realize how high our gas pressure is in this whole area. Yeah, I'm thinking like way back must have been a problem. Well, I don't have a really good solution for getting around that, because this is gonna get hot, really hot. I can definitely bring the super cold water we have over there to try and counteract it. That might be what I do for right now, is take that pipe out here and around, and then do the radiator, like the highly conductive version of the pipe. Does it probably actually do double duty for us? It generates its own cooling, but you really need to temperature isolate it to make it work. Yeah, the problem is with the radiation and needing to fire the rad bolts, I don't really know the best way I can get that to be dealt with. Because I need the radiation, which means I need a line of sight. But yeah, the rad bolt generator generates a lot of heat too. Yeah, so that's gonna be tricky. Give me the generator just up some. Like that's a concentration out, so I could get it like to the edge maybe. I could put it up here. But I would still have to have that in the same confined space. What I'm gonna try doing for right now, and it might be like just grossly inadequate, not at all do what I need it to do. Instead of where we have the really cold water coming in from here, I'm gonna run the pipe over this way. Run it down here. Do a radiant pipe. Don't touch the ice. More radiant pipe. No, the other part's not the radiation collector. I don't... Do these things even make heat? These things? I think they just reflect it. That work the way you think it is? Yeah. My assumption is it'd make the air colder right here, and then the hopes being that it would make that colder by... by proxy. Oh, no, that's right. The water is still not cold enough. Well... So, I can do stuff to help a little bit. I can't insulate the wall because I have to use the big fat cable. Wonder how far the rad bolts can travel. I'm gonna probably have to use this Wheeze ward up here. Like this one will die quickly. I'll probably use the one up here, shoot the rad bolt down and around. Yeah. I think one rad bolt is lost per traveled. Gotcha, so that... Oh. Yeah, that's right. Don't shove right. Don't shove right. Oh my god, you're so dumb, Dupes. Why are you the way you are? Shove left. Never mind, you trapped yourself. That's fine. Destroy that tile. Yeah, deconstruct that tile. Cancel building that tile. You needed to jump down. Alright, that's fine. Deconstruct this tile. Welcome to gravity. Let's try this again. Without doing the dumb. Oh my god, please. Why do you want to stand on top of the thing you're trying to build? Cancel building it. Stay where you're at. Here, we'll build a tile up there. I can't have it there anyways. Yeah, no, I was gonna block the rad thing. I'm trying to get them to place it so then I couldn't climb to build it there, then I'd take it apart so they couldn't climb. The dupes are real dumb. This might not be as bad because I won't be able to constantly keep this thing going. So as long as it runs long enough to fire off one rad bolt to power this thing, and then it just goes idle for a long time, that might work out okay. It's a liquid down there, that's fine. Yeah, so the liquid in the pipes is still 50 degrees. Oh, one thing I could probably do. Where was the temperature stuff? There's things you can do to help cool. It's cold polluted water, yes. That's the gas pipe. Where's the water pipe? Why is my pipes basically empty? Oh, right, because that's gone dormant for a minute. Yeah, that's the reason why the pipe's warm, is it's like... This is dormant at the moment. So we don't have... anything going through it. Oh man, it's gonna be almost 50 cycles before that thing turns on again? It would be useful, but it's not doing anything for a while. Are you also dormant? Okay. Let's go check on the second one we have right here. I've been leaving it alone because it's salt water. I just don't want to deal with it. Your crimes against the ice biome will not go unpunished. Oh yeah, it can. The ice biome is your natural way of cooling things, and I've made the mistake of digging them up. Salt water is good. Well, it's fine for like cooling and all that, but the problem is as salt water, I have to desalinize it to put it to use for anything else. But if I'm gonna just pump it through as a coolant, I think that'd be fine. Right, as Burning Sun, it's like basically everything has a pro and a con that you deal with, and it's balancing out your pro and cons. Like that's the thing here, where I'm going to get radiation from this, but it's also going to cause us heat, and then the heat can kill this thing, so I've got to mitigate the heat to keep that safe. Now, it does mitigate some of its own heat, because actually, way back before radiation. While making the ice melt, that's not very good. Yeah. That's okay. If I get an area cold enough, I can make it ice again. But yeah, I know I've cut in here, and that's a lot. Global warming ain't real. Not when you're not on a globe. It's just warming an asteroid. Yeah, no, and I know cryo is ice. Well, no, I think we're establishing that the shoulder isn't as cold anymore. It's a lukewarm shoulder. That spiral in the oxalates is still as weird to me. That's also dormant. And I have a feeling I'd be very upset when I see how long it's going to be dormant for. We're just going to go ahead and turn that off until I get the heat situation better figured out. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to go like that. Disconnect that. That abyssal light should do plenty good job of insulating itself. We can put a wall here so that we're stop getting the warm air. Well, no, I can't do that because that's where the natural gas is coming from. Never mind. I forgot, because what I need to do is I need to get this kind of blocked off its own. Are you dormant too? Ugh. Why has everything gone dormant at the same time? Is your crimes against the ice biomes? Yeah, no, I was saying, I've definitely gotten myself in trouble before where I was using the ice biome as my means of cooling stuff, so I just pipe stuff in and around the ice biome, causing like it to melt very rapidly. But dealing with all my heat is like, this is great, and then you realize the ice biome is mostly gone, and you go, oh no. This is not what I wanted. Crust here should be super cool. Yeah, this is very, very cold up here. You think that will freeze CO2? It could be an interesting thing to let the gas like get up into the super duper cold area, collect the frozen bits of that, and then drop it down here. So it's just rigidly, like ridiculously cold material sitting over there. Yeah, we're... Everything's dormant. That sucks. Because it's all like, let me just work on getting natural gas hooked up. And now it's dormant for a month. Well, I guess I might as well fix this up, because I'm not getting any more natural gas for a long time. I do have a really good water supply. This is true. Water I'm set on. That is one thing I do not have to worry about. Okay. So I guess what we're doing here is I'm going to build this thing so it'll actually work. How hot do you come out of there? 302 Fahrenheit. That's right. You're heckin' hot. So I guess the first thing we're going to do is we're going to stop letting that just spill out into the rest of the area. And I have to adjust that, but right now I just want to isolate it. Worry about pumping all this air out. Yep. What is that Dvorak keyboard layout? So there's more keyboard layouts in the world than just QWERTY. Like, for example, a lot of Spanish-speaking people use what's called 30. But Dvorak is a keyboard layout that was made with the intention of trying to be better for your hands, to not have to do as much like wrist movement up and down kind of thing. So like, for example, my home row on the left hand is all the vowels. My home row on the right hand is the most common consonants. And I believe it was the next most common were up, and then the more, I can't remember, it's like basically the one that required less motion was up and then down, that kind of thing. If you just do a Google search for Dvorak keyboard layout and you show like an image search, you'll see exactly what it is. You see a ratio, 20%, 70%? For the rows? Yeah. Right, so that's the idea, is they're trying to move the keys such that you don't have to do as much movement with, like, the big thing with that is when you're taking your wrists, like, extend and bend back. That's the thing you want to minimize. And you also want to make it so that your hands were both doing work versus, like, one hand doing, like, 90% of the work versus the other hand, like, just kind of sitting there. QWERTY is 32, 52. Yeah, and for the record, the thing going on with QWERTY and why it's, like, efficiency-wise such a bad layout is QWERTY was designed way back in the day when your consideration of typewriters. And so the keys were laid out to help prevent the typewriters from, because when you go to the old typewriters, they have these little arms with pads on the end, or little like metal, there's like a metal, not indentation, extrusion, and there was a ribbon that had ink on it, and they'd like tap the ribbon to type on the paper. And the problem was if you hit certain keys too close together too fast, the arms could catch on each other and they would jam. And then you'd have to stop what you're doing, you have to like unjam the typewriter, and you'd, go back to it. So it made things much slower. So what they did is they made QWERTY such that the keys are moved to kind of spread them out to help prevent jams. So it was inefficient by design in the sense that not to type as fast as you could just by pushing buttons, but as fast as you could on a typewriter. But it became the standard because typewriters predate computers by a large margin. It became the standard for a long time, and because of that, it's just kind of stuck around. Now, it's not that like Dvorak is the better out of every layout that has ever been. There's actually a number of different layouts that, depending on your work type, whether you're typing out like English papers or you're programming or you're whatever, that different layouts might be better for you. Because there's also a layout called Workman that's really good. There's Dvorak I obviously use. And it's not that, oh no, QWERTY is the worst or anything like that. But if you're worried about like carpal tunnel syndrome or median nerve compression and those I forgot that you're over there. Median nerve compression and those kind of things, it is a way to help reduce the risk of repetitive stress injuries. Because basically just trying to reduce the amount of movement and all that. That said, there's lots of other things you can do that are more meaningful. Being mindful of how much time you spend at the computer, stopping and taking stretch breaks, all those are going to go farther. The keyboard is giving you stress looking at it? Yeah, generally speaking, when you do that kind of stuff, if you do ever decide to like look into an art keyboard layout and actually try a switch, what I found worked for me was just generally, you kind of just go one day, you switch your keyboard layout and all that. Time to go binge eat all your food. Yeah, I have an obnoxious amount of food. Okay, I wasn't expecting to run out of that. So we can turn this off. And turn that on. But it's very hard to get used to a new layout, especially since you have to remap the keys for every game. So you don't have to do that much nowadays. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely games that you do. And like for the record, I don't remap it. In Windows, if you hit Windows spacebar, you can jump between your keyboard layouts instantly. If you so choose, that's an option. So some games are going to be putting like a lot of time in it, and they do have, you know, and they don't let you deal with a lot of that stuff. I will take the time to remap the keys. It's actually pretty rare I do take the time to remap keys, to be honest. Otherwise, I can just hop between the two very easily. But a lot of games nowadays, they program their games correctly. And yes, I am doing it as a loaded thing saying correctly. In that instead of saying push the cube key, push the this key, push the that key, it is push the key in the 123rd position, push the key in the 52nd position, because then you don't care what the button actually is. You say it's the key that's to the left or to the right of tab. Okay, well, whatever position number that is, that's what you check for. And then when at the UI, you'll sit there and say that's the Q key, that's the whatever key. But that's presentation versus how it actually functions. You consider programming to be magic and high sorcery? Yeah, but there's still games that'll be like, it's the Q button. It's like, no, it is the button in the 122nd position. That happens to be Q. Because if you do it that way, you can come, like a person could have a personalized, they made it themselves, it's no one's ever heard of it before keyboard layout, and it would still work. And so it is incorrect programming to go by keys as their actual letter and number. I say this as a software developer. And people do just because they don't know any better. They've only ever been exposed to QWERTY, and they don't even come to the realization that there are other keyboard layouts that they should be considering. Because ASCII is very common, for example, as I mentioned with Spanish-speaking communities. Germans, there is a German keyboard layout that is a slight difference on QWERTY as well. You have like all sorts of different keyboard layouts for Asian countries that you have to consider. So if you do just assume people have QWERTY, then people have all sorts of problems. Like that's something, if a game doesn't allow for keyboard changing and it does use the key layout, I consider that an accessibility loss. That's a miss. They've got people idle because I'm out of storage again, because I'm collecting everything, because I want all the things. Yep. Now, for the record, not everyone in those places do. ASCII is also used in French? Ah, good to know. I wasn't aware of that. Because I'm being honest, I don't know much about ASCII. Other than it's very similar to QWERTY, but not quite the same thing. But yeah, so it is a problem when games don't assume that there's multiple keyboard layouts they have to consider. That it is a Quirts, that's the run. I couldn't remember what the name of it is because I haven't actually ever used that one. I've used ASCII just to try it, but not in a meaningful capacity. Like, I mean, same with ASCII. Sorry, I was saying ASCII. Yes, I have never used Quirts. But yeah, even on top of that, without even getting into other languages, like you said, you have like Dvorak, you have Workman, there's like at least a dozen others. But it's not that hard to deal with as a software developer, because most frameworks and engines and languages will allow you to sit there and be like, again, you know, I don't remember exactly where it starts, but let's say the escape key is key number 1, and the number 1 key is key number 2, and the number 2 key is key number 3. Like, it goes across that way. Like, that's key location. You just use that, and then you don't even have to think about what keyboard layout the person's using. It'll never matter. Do I actually want you to have any of these? It's fine. Oh yeah, no, it's something because it's a thing that comes up on the channel actually from time to time, Cryo, because we will hop into a game and then it won't support, Dvorak, which is fine, but then they won't have like support for changing keyboard layout, and that's like, okay, well this is a problem. And again, I can get around it. It's not that big a deal, but it's one of those things that's like, hey, really, come on. It's 2023. This is a problem we solved back in like 2000, 2002. We don't need to still be having this issue. Yes, we're not getting any polluted water through the system, which is causing the irrigation to fail because the irrigation isn't pulling from this one. They need to, how you say, get good. They need to, how you say, follow industry standards. There's a reason industry standards are standards. Because usually they're a good idea. You can't reach that. Oh no, it's all good, Bunker Joe. You're here now. And there's still more of it to be played, so, Yeah, so that's managing to keep itself level. How long have you been playing, Oni? I mean, so total hours? How many hours do I have in this game? About 250 hours I picked up. But the thing is, it's one of those things where I will do a run until I get to whatever like is a satisfying ending for me. And then I won't play again for a year or two. And then repeat. Yeah, I got busy killing all the bugs and being a space marine. I'm doing my part. Nice. And 400 hours in Epic. Gotcha. I know, let's see. I know a left-handed streamer who has massive problems with WASD controls, and when a game doesn't offer key rebinding, she simply can't play it. I always wondered why game companies basically forego 15% of their sales towards left-handed people. It is amazing, and the problem is a lot of people. So I actually did this presentation on stream once just because I told people about it and I got asked to do it. I do a presentation because one of the things I do is I advocate for people with disabilities, neurodivergent conditions, which being left-handed isn't one, but it's accessibility, which would be the issue here. And you have companies like, oh, it's this like tiny little market share I'm potentially losing. It's like, no, literally as an adult, 25% of people are legally disabled in some form or another. Because, if you're neurodivergent, that here in the US qualifies as a form of disability. That's, there's a lot of discussion about people not being happy with that status as far as people being neurodivergent because stigma. But the point is, that is a thing. And that people don't consider neurodivergent. But if we just go into the wider thing of 25% of people have accessibility needs all the time. Like, every single day, every day. And then all of us have accessibility needs that come and go. You twist your arm. You torque your ankle. You have whatever. You just went to the eye doctor, so now your eyes are sensitive. All of these kinds of things add accessibility needs. You have a fussy baby. And the baby's like not feeling well, so you're stuck holding the baby like this because it's the only way to get to stop crying. Congratulations. For right now, you don't have a second arm. And so companies will just not even consider. It's like, you're leaving behind 25% of your market always, and some unknown amount sometimes. And guess what? As we get older, we start leaning more and more and more to the always. Does Dvorak have a standard way of mapping, like Control-C, Control-V? The new position of that seems rather less convenient for copy and paste. Yeah, they have some of that kind of stuff. Like, a lot of that. So, I mean, the Control-C, Control-V, that kind of stuff isn't too bad. That's kind of where the advantages between, like, Dvorak and Workman and that kind of happen. Is there is stuff like Workman takes into consideration some of those shortcuts, whereas Dvorak doesn't and all that. So I'm gonna jump in on that one more. So the thing is, it's on the games to actually, well, any software, not just games. It's on the software to make sure it's accessible and usable by different people. Because if I have to, every single time I go to play every single individual game, have to program absolutely everything else around it just to get it to work, that I have to spend 2 or 3 hours setting up my setup to be able to work with your game, it's one of those things that's like, yeah, I'm just not going to. I'll refund your game and I'll find when that works. But we can actually take it even farther than like the left-handed thing, you know, people who have motion sickness problems. There are so many games who it's not like, it's one thing when it's like the style of game makes it difficult to not have motion sickness problems. For example, space flight simulators are very difficult to make motion sickness friendly. Understood. But when you have a game that has like a static background and then you've got behind it like things moving in like 4 different directions just for effect, it means you can't play it as someone who deals with like simulation sickness kind of thing, because there's just all this stuff going by that's just triggering for your motion sickness. You're just saying, I'm gonna buy it right now. Yes. So the check's in the mail, right, Cly? Yeah? We'll talk. Hashtag not sponsored. Where just says, like, I have seizures even on meds. They won't go away, brain damage. So I can't work, tried at home work, but if I could, takes one bit of collect to myself, and no company offers a work for someone like me. Yeah. 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 There's a lot of stuff. Because there's also, like, the product and the employment side of it. There's also 2 different things. A lot of the animations are cute. Yeah. Oni is a fantastic game. But it's just one of those things, like, people don't realize how common those types of problems are. Like the motion sickness one, that, again, like, it's one thing if the genre itself, it's like, okay, it's very difficult to make that genre work. Fair enough. I get it. But when you're playing like a tycoon style game where you build like a little factory or whatever, and they've got weird like leafy windy things going past the screen at all the time during the game, you're like, you put a lot of extra effort into putting that in there, and it makes this game unplayable for a large number of people. Just make a tick box to turn that off. And I think a reason, one, a lot of it happens just people not knowing is probably where the biggest problem comes from. Is people just not knowing any better, and that's fine. Like, that's where someone goes, hey, just so you know, this is a problem. You know, could you give me an off button? Because that's usually when most of it is, like, hey, could you give me an off button, or hey, could you do this other way of doing it that's commonly accepted and done? And that's usually all it takes. Or like UIs that don't consider color blindness nowadays. It's like, come on. Like, of stuff, it's like a nearly solved problem. All you have to do is not communicate using exclusively color. Congratulations, you've solved the problem. That's why we love games like Project Zomboid. They keep adding more options, so you can do stuff even with mods to customize the game in a way you want to play, and it's more flexible and personalized. You just can't compete with that. Yeah. No, it's absolutely fantastic. You've never heard of it, and imagine it might be too much hassle for people to configure the option. I'll bring it up with her. Yeah, no, it's so auto hotkey can definitely be used. It's probably one of those things as a solution you're going to do if you're like, hey, I'm enjoying this game, but it's difficult because of an accessibility thing. I plan to put hundreds of hours into it. Let me make my life a little easier. If it is a game you're going to jump in once, and it has its own custom controls and all that, it's probably going to be a whole thing. So I'm not getting enough water because I'm not getting enough polluted water. My dupes aren't gross enough, chat. I'm tempted to go down here and set up a pump to bring in more water into the system, so I have more polluted water. Because I'm really starting to hurt. And why haven't... Oh. Because I need to get that turned on, because there'll still be more water into the system. Only similar that they have a large mod community too. They recently implemented a mod into the game the other day for the mass quality, right? Yeah. No, those fish are fine. It actually won't add more water because this is the way it's getting in here, and because it's underwater, it can't put more in. So ultimately, that water will get stored up here. All right, so that's starting to get higher pressure, so I need to turn that back on. Bleed off some of that CO2. So you're dormant for... Oh, 70 seconds. Okay. Alright, about 30 minutes, I should be able to play this game. Yeah, it's like, next activity in 70 seconds. Like, excellent. I can work with that time frame. That is a great time frame. I don't know where I'm taking all the salt water to start this process. I don't need to make this room that big, but I'm gonna. I'm gonna try and not mine out as much ice in this one. So this one I'm only worried about using it for a cooling purpose, not actually putting into the main system of water. So I don't care if this one gets a bit more mixed. Yeah, so my plan is to pump it by here as long as it's emitting at cooler. Yeah, it's emitting at a cooler temperature. So I should be able to go here. Where's my pump? There's the pump. So you put the pump here. Let that water be super cool. They pump it all the way over here. Past this area with the using the radiant pipe so that it exchanged temperature at a much better rate to hopefully keep this cooler longer. Too cool water vent, heat manage will be easy. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to insulate this. Remember using polluted water vent to... I remember using polluted water vent make oxygen? Yeah. Alright, we're going to get all the way over here. We're going to switch to radiant. I don't know if I can go behind that though, so we're gonna go here. We switch back to insulated. That's just still going to be emitting a lot of heat. We're gonna go over it. I'm gonna make a path. We're gonna go over it. I'm going to dump it back in that room. This is being incredibly inefficient with my materials. And I don't care because I've got materials for days. Or actually, we're going to go all the way over here. I'm going to drop it in on this side. Alright. Had a massive heat exchanger in front to heat up the water while cooling down the oxygen streams. Yeah, there's things I could do. Like, I make like an ice cube maker and all that kind of thing to drop heat there. That's what I'm trying to remember. There was a whole system here about cooling off stuff. Carries liquid allows extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Right. I'm forgetting where something is. Didn't I have the temperature thing? I thought I had the, utilities. Ah, there we are. It's under utilities. Cools liquids impiped through it, but outputs heat in the immediate vicinity. Because I could potentially use that. Thermoregulator. Cools liquid pipe through it, but heats. High energy consumption. It has to be made out of steel. Cools gas piped through it, but outputs heat in the immediate area. Anything less than you risk overheating? Yeah, but if this thing is at like 14 degrees... Yeah, because if I'm sitting in here, let's see. Something that game doesn't tell you about that conduction panel is much worse at heat exchange than the radiant pipeline in atmosphere. Gotcha. Yeah, so my thought is... Not you. My thought is with this room, if it's putting out at 14 degrees... Like, right now I can just leave it alone. But if this isn't cold enough, I can try putting it down here, sitting in a pool of salt water, and see how it does. The big thing is I'm going to need more power. I think what I'm going to probably do with this is end up having stuff be toggled on off. Man, I need more coal. It's usually combined with steam turbines. Yeah, now in this case, I'm just trying to make water really cold so I can keep the ice frozen over here. We'll see. This might actually create a whole mess of problems if I start managing to cool off this whole area more, because I want to say this area is already very cold. No, it's not. I am wrong. But as long as it arrives here and it's lower than 32 degrees, I think it'll be okay. Because even if that warms up a little... Oh. Are you coming with automation? Yeah, I've done automation before. It feels like this is the thing that needs to move, is the natural gas generator probably needs to move someplace else. They're gonna dig up uranium if you go there, though. I think we can get all of that from here. If that's a passageway you want to replace the roof? Yeah, I'm trying to get the pipe through the roof area here. And I don't want to put a wall here, is the big catch. So we can leave the uranium alone as best we can. We're going to see how far we can get. I might have to do some trickery down here to, like... I don't even know how I could fit a ladder in there. Solved. Okay. Oh, what you put down will work if you cancel new installation type. Yep. We're on the same idea. Just stream delay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you're gonna try and cool that down. Like, the good news is that it is cooling down. The question is if it keeps cooling down when I turn this all back on. Because unfortunately, our natural gas source has turned off. Alright. You sleep well, and thank you for hanging out. There's a tiny bit of stress from popped eardrums. Where were you that the pressure was high enough to cause you popped eardrums? You can turn that off. Are you in ET? Yeah, I'm Eastern time zone. Oh, it was probably down here. That's where it was. I was starting the game out, and it's asking me if I want to do classical or spaced out. Do you remember to recommend Space Traveler or what? I would start classical. Spaced out is DLC that has extra stuff. So you'll want to start classical, and then once you start getting a good feel for classical, then you can decide if you want to do spaced out or whatever. We'll add that too. We're definitely adding too much onto the circuit, though. Okay. And I'll go to the other side to deal with that. Aaron's got a bunch of skill points I'm not bothering with. That's all fine. We just need to change research. This is not happening anytime soon. Is there any other research I can do? Da, 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 da. There. Red Classic has every type of biomes in the plant. Spaced out forces you to explore other plants to get all the biomes to get different resources? Yes. Alright, so we do have that turned on, but there's no power because I'm out of coal. There's a whole bunch of coal in this biome over here. I can go ahead and we'll mine that section out of all its coal. We'll mine that out of its coal. And we'll be able to do the next one for a little while, so research. Got one more research there, and then literally I can't do any more research until we get stuff online. This stuff. Which I can't get online because it's hooked up to natural gas power, and our natural gas vent is not currently naturally gassing. Which is good, because at least if I can get this up, it'll give me steam power, and then steam power, I shouldn't have to worry about that. Like, I can set something that doesn't even depend on a vent, that I just, like, dump a bunch of heat into some water, boil it, and run with that. So we've got water going around now. It's mostly just building up in storage. So I think one thing that'll help is if I bridge this over, but I want to make sure this route takes priority and that route doesn't. I know there's a way to do that, but I don't remember what it was. Like, you don't even need to get into automation either. Okay, and they finished with that, so we can put an insulation panel there, but I can't put it farther. Can I put in... Liquid bridges take priority over what's not bridged, right? I think that was the main way. Yeah, something like that. So, like, if it chose this, I believe what I could do is something like this. Let's see. So there's the main water. If I put it like that, I believe... It's not a really good place to put that, is there? Just need it down here. Yeah, something like, I believe if I put it like this... and then I managed to get that across. Like what I'd probably have to do is I'd probably do that, break that pipe, move it here, do it that way. I mean, at the point, the whole system's frozen right now because we've maxed out the water storage. Like the whole system's like locked up on that end. I don't need more water input to the system, so disable that building. We can turn that back on for when we actually get... Well, actually, that's the problem, is I'm not getting anything else into this pool. Now, this is going to be producing waste, so we're going to get a ton down here. I found hopefully the your colony survives long enough to launch rockets. Yeah. Well, I don't think we're in danger of, like, losing the colony or anything real anytime soon, because we look at the temperature. The main building, like, is still, like, genuinely parts of it are just straight up cold. So it's doing fine here. Our food is in absolutely fantastic shape. And we are getting a lot of heat outside of here from the buildings that are making lots of heat. But so far I haven't had to worry too much. That's it. Oh, it's a vacuum down there. Ancient specimen. I've discovered fossil activity buried in my colony, at least part of one, but it does not seem to resemble any of the species we encountered on this asteroid. Where did it come from? How did it get here? And what other questions might these bones hold answers? There's only one way to find out. Okay, I happen to be digging down straight towards that. Sure. So it's the next activity, 19 cycles, 30 cycles. Oh, man. So the pipe is blocked. It's probably not finished, right? Yeah, it's not finished. Because once they finish that pipe, I should be able to use that to guarantee that... Well, not guarantee, but to help keep that cooler. And we'll see how it does. It could be a thing that I power for a little while... And because of, like, the fluky nature of having the natural gas, like, not being able to consistently keep it, that might help. Turn that back on. Yeah, the big problem I'm having is power. It just powers basically the problem we're having. How's our germ situation looking? Really good. We got slime over there. Like this area is not great. But otherwise, we're doing really good. So I do think this air pump is going away. I'll need an air pump down here, though. We're just adding another thing onto a bunch of grids that don't need things. This still says, like, no workable stuff. I'm also worried about this just overheating inside that room. Because this room is going to be sitting around 300 degrees. And I remember that being a problem. Like, what is your overheat temperature? You make it 90 degrees hotter than what it normally is, but what is your overheat temperature? Um, bum. That's its melting point. I'm looking for the overheat temperature on the gas pump. Overheat, okay, so I can get to 250 degrees. So that is a problem, that this is going to get too hot. And I'm going to have to manage its heat for pumping out the gas. I could see doing something like, again, running pipes through this area that have cool water and all that. Especially since I'm already going to have stuff going through. I could see running the pipes up there to cool off the gas up here, then pumping it out. I don't know how well that's going to work, though. Sure, have some of that. Like, I could bring in another dupe, probably. Because, like, everything's stable so far as our resources. Got more stuff down here. I'll take all that out for even more coal. Getting more coal. Just trying to bring everything back online, even though I have to, like, devastate the entire ecosystem. Gotta get all that coal. Alright, so we finished that. Do we have any other research left? Is that all of it? Yep. Yep. Alright, so basically I'm stuck until I get this rad thing online, which is going to depend on the natural gas coming online and us solving our power problems. Also getting this pipe done. Am I out of material? So I have insufficient sandstone. Well, I can fix that. Insufficient sandstone's an easy problem to solve. We just go here and say, what if we dug up those 4 tiles? And those. We just start digging up all of the surrounding area. Yes to that. And that. Alright, so I'll fix that problem. I actually don't think I've ever run out of sandstone before. Okay, that's encouraging. We are getting a lot of water through the system now. I don't know where the polluted water is coming from in that amount, but I'm not complaining. Oh, good. We're converting slime into algae and it's producing it. Every once in a while that hydrogen will kick in. I'm just gonna need a bigger source of hydrogen later, which is fine. There are a couple of artifacts down there. Now, I'd worry about the air pressure, but I mean, we've already been solving that problem as is. Okay, we're bringing all our power back online with the coal because we're finally getting some. The pipe all built because I have sandstone. I hadn't realized I was out because it's just not a thing that I've ever run into before. Okay, furniture-wise, we have comfy beds, which require plastic. And we have clothing, fashion things. So we're going to need plastic, and the problem is I need to get oil. Which is the reason I'm starting to try and dig down more. Is because down is where you usually find the oil and stuff like that. And it could be because I'm doing space... Oh. Well, that's straightforward. That just kind of shows me where they are. I can live with that. We'll also start digging up more. Just trying to watch that I don't cut directly into vacuum yet. It's all polluted ice and all that. There's vacuum out there. But we still have captured carbon dioxide in this area. It's hard to tell what's going to actually be straight up out into space. Just as a precaution, let's knock those two out. Put an airlock here. That way if I accidentally open this up to the vacuum of space, I can close the airlock. So that's getting colder, so that's good news. The bad news is the one that's supposed to get natural gas, and there's nothing in it. There's not going to be anything in it for a while. Well, the other option we have here, and I should have been doing this whole time, is the way we always solve this problem. If there's not enough power, we run in a hamster wheel. Oh, but not there, directly next to the radioactive. Let's not run in the hamster wheel directly next to radioactive uranium. That seems like a bad idea. How far does the radiation go? Okay, so over here will be fine. I feel like the dupe would be slightly upset with that. Oh, I'm still gonna have to make that. Alright, that's right. I was going to just make it out of the like small wires, like there's just a little power, but it's the whole circuit has the power on it, so the whole thing has to have it, or you have to have transformers and such to separate it out. Oh, right. I still had to get those 4 pieces of pipe. That's fine. Get this out of here. You get those last 4 pieces of pipe in here for it to work. No, let's leave that spot alone. Trying to dig as much as I can to get as much sandstone as I can. Actually, we skipped that spot. I should be able to go the reverse direction, I believe. You're not going to be able to pull this all off, but that's fine. We'll see how much they can dig, and we'll just cut around and do that. We're just kind of hollowing out the map for resources now. Yeah, because it's indigenous rock, not sandstone over there. Alright. Get you way over here. That's fine. Could have probably taken the person with the creativity in hindsight, but that's okay. Dig below you? All right. And not the oxalate. Just literally wiping out everything over here. It's gonna make the air pressure get way lower, but meh. Get those, get those. Which it is a dangerous thing to start blasting through it all, because like I said, it causes air pressure problems because now you've made this giant chasm that has to fill up with air. Or you just make it into a vacuum. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's tell them just make that stupid pipe. Literally it's preventing this whole system from over here working. Is that pipe being broken? It's not being done. I can put that back. Alright, so you're starting to power that up. It is warming the tile. You're saying pipe block. Where? Oh. Literally the very last piece right there. Alright, let's start seeing how that cold worm is. Experience that newbie or grizzled survivor of the temporal tier? So I've played on and off for a while. I wouldn't say I'm like amazing or really great at it or whatever. I'm definitely like out of practice as well since I haven't played in an age. We're gonna say this to be priority 7 just because that research is bottlenecking us. So I have some experience, but I'm definitely not like a grizzled veteran or anything like that. Yeah, of course we got long commutes. No, that's shocking. Yeah, vacuum still is making me concerned. Yeah, so this is all gonna probably get really cold over here. Which is what we want. Because I'll try and get this functioning. So I need to keep that thing powered. Means I need the natural gas to happen, which it's gone dormant. So we're waiting on that. I also need to get so we have that piped in properly, but I haven't decided how I want to do that because it's going to be too hot for me to just put the air pump in there with it. The first is just letting it pump up this whole area. Then that was grabbing because it's already hooked up. That may even be what we still do. Which is not efficient, but frankly, it's fine for now. I need to get this set up. Another thing to do for more stone. Let's see. You kind of hate how the CPU optimization still hasn't improved that much on the memory usage. It doesn't seem. I don't seem to get a memory leak really anymore. I just started playing again after a break as well. Colony is just hit about 500 cycles, taking it easy this run, setting up as much as I can before messing around with rockets and that too much. Yeah, I haven't really gotten to the rockets a lot because I'm still trying to get things where I want them elsewhere as well. Yeah, I haven't had too many like performance hitches or anything like that. At least not that I've noticed. But I've also deliberately not been getting that many dupes because I just have no need for them. We need somewhere else to put that. That's fine though. Right now, that's gonna be doing work cooling down over here. So if that loses power, the question is, if it loses power, will it stop getting the rad? Because I don't... Rad bolt generation dropped to 0 again. Why did it drop to 0 again? Ranching hurts the speed of a game a lot. Gotcha. Oh, because that isn't enough to power all this? So it's just not. So having the wheel on there isn't going to do us any good whatsoever because it's simply not enough power to do anything useful. Alright. Let's just get that out of here. You're going to do nothing. He doesn't play on 1x speed mostly, so I can't complain as much as expect pips to get too high population beginning the cycle autosave. Gotcha. Alright, what else do we got for power? I don't have a source of wood, really. I could probably have a source of wood, though. Oh, you're hurting on irrigation again? Yeah, because I'm not getting enough. I almost need more dupes just to use up our good water. Yeah, I think we're going to take another dupe soon. Because I need more dupes to basically be converting, like, to convert my good water into not good water. That is becoming a real problem. Because that was what these were all doing, but they're not necessary anymore. Not saying it's insufficient, but the salt, like the light blue inside my entire base says otherwise. Yeah, and that's not getting the water it needs to run. That's the problem there. Could pump some water for the slime biome. Yeah, and that was another thing to see. Like you actually see where I started digging down over here. Well, no, sorry, that was for that. But it's definitely a thing I was also debating, was starting to pump that into the system. Which that would be a pretty good band-aid to stop. Yeah, I think we will take another dupe because I'm sitting at like 14,000 calories. My fridge is full. And just getting another dupe in here would weirdly help out with the water situation because I'd be making more making more like wastewater or whatever to be processed to go through the cycle to redo that. Did I fix that pipe? We were gonna look and do that, right? Oh, I just don't even have any fresh water in the system at all. I don't have any water at all. Wait. I don't have any water. Where'd our water go? When did this happen? Hang on. I've got all this water in this pool down here. Turn that building on. There's probably 17 dupes so far. Probably hit at least 24. Yeah. Most of the time people... Like, I never really wanted to go that dupes, because, like, a lot of runs I start with a lot of dupes, so I want creativity. None of you are what I need. I want a creative pawn so I can take all these things and make art out of them. Here's carving apart all this stuff. Local colony lacks masterworks skill. What is the masterworks skill? Because I got skill points to spare. Masterwork skill. Where are you? Ah, it's decorating. All right. Let's see. But after we won picking, taking dupe skills, our good team. Like right now, I could use another operator mechanic. Masterworks is decorating. Yeah. So I actually do want a decorator right now for sculpting and all that. So that works out. Just so happens to be what I'm looking for as well for other reasons. Oh, so we got another spot over here we want to check out. And then another one down there. I'm not sure if that is one, because normally it's 4... Here, we can figure it out. It is one. As I say, normally there's 4 wide. Okay. That's one tall vents, or map seed error. It's one of the tall vents, or map seed error. Yeah. We'll check it. Like, that's the reason I'm just digging around as random as well, is just trying to find anything useful those-wise. Because, like, I've got a bunch of geysers and all that, but half of them gone dormant, so I'm stuck just waiting. We got water going back to the system, so I need more water. And the salt water is doing the loop to just keep things cold now. We don't have natural gas at all, so there's no point in turning that generator on. That's just a regular wire on the end there. That won't do. Power. So those ones I don't have access to. The wood burner, if I start, what was the one that gave me wood? I don't think we've actually collected any of it. And our storage is still filling up. Yeah, so I've got 3 geysers over here to check out. What have you done? Why are you trapped? That's why you're trapped. I've discovered a new dream analyzing building buried deep inside the asteroid. It seems to contain new sleep-specific suits. Could these be the key to unlocking my duplicate's ability to dream? I've often wondered what they might be capable of once their imaginations were awakened. I don't know. It seems like a bad idea. That seems like giving your people free will. And try not to give me too much information. Like, you're fine there. It's just like, it's getting to the point, it's like, I don't know what it is. I'd like to find out. Okay, so we got our lava layer down there. There's another one here. So we got geysers down here. I'm not gonna be able to dig this deep without more prep, though. Oh yeah, I forgot that's another thing you can do. So you can use the other thing. You can actually use sound to find these too. Like, if it's supposed to be running and you mouse over it, you can hear it. I forgot about that. Because I remember running into that actually works while you're like... Yeah, there's a geyser around here somewhere. Which isn't surprising. Almost certainly a volcano. And then the other way is to just go priority. Yeah, alert on, I'll tell you the type. Oh yeah, I remember that being a thing. That's right, I remember that. You can go here. That's not what I want. That's the wrong button. It's this one. Minor volcano. Did you active world seed? I basically did the default. Like I didn't customize anything, but there is a lot of geographical activity going on here. I'm actually gonna check because now I'm curious. Minor volcano, not surprising. Hot polluted oxygen. Okay, I actually don't really want that. Yeah, we've already checked that one. Yeah, and it's actually not that bad a position. It's almost not quite straight down from here. But yeah, I wanted something that's got some heat. We can make that happen. It's gonna be a heck of a way of piping that water. Well, actually, that's not that bad, because literally the steam guy or the cold steam vent is right above it. Just a clump of coal in the middle of it. Trying to think of how I want to approach this, because those volcanoes get real dangerous. But I like the idea of just dumping surplus water directly onto that volcano and just letting it sort itself out, knowing that's not going to work. And it's going to be like near explosive levels of pressure. Actually, that's close enough. I can just hack that whole thing there. Does this place have molten core? It's looking like it. And end up with the steam explosion suffocating and burning all your dupes sounds great. That's just like, it's like, okay, I would need a way to manage it. That's what I gotta figure out. Is I've got all these hot things down here. If I can find a way to get the water in there, put the steam power, well, I don't have steam power because I'm waiting for this up here. That abyssal down there is pretty hot, I imagine. You just drop the water down on it and let it turn to steam? Probably. Let's look at this. That looks warm. That looks real warm. That looks really, really warm. But that's okay, because if I pull all of the air out, if we start like... That's actually one of the things that most of my other ones would do, is I'd have like 30 of these everywhere, and I would literally pick up like all of the air that wasn't inside my buildings and make this all vacuum. Which works really good for managing heat, because vacuum does not communicate heat very much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Alright, give me a creative. We want one of them creative types. I mean... No, you're a little creative, but no. I want someone who's like properly creative. In fact, let's actually do that. This is a bad idea. Huh, that's 2,000 degrees down there. That abyssalite temperature sure does jump from 2,500 degrees to 90. We can certainly manage that. That'll go fine, right? I can't imagine a way this doesn't work out. Dang, abyssalite is the most. Yeah, I mean, you look at, well, I mean, technically it's the neutrinium where it physically doesn't have temperature. Like, we look at one of these volcanoes. The neutrinium here is just like, temperature? Nah. Abyssalite has close to perfect insulation, isn't it? Getting heat out of it will be difficult. Yeah, I'm kind of just curious what happens with this. Yeah, Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I could see taking the time to try and make a bunch of air storage, start pumping out this. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I think one of the things I want to work on is taking a space, making a lot of air storage, and instead of area that's like scattered air filtration, have like an entire thing that's just pulls in air, filters it out to its different types, and then we take those different types of air and we pipe them wherever they are needed. That way, just have like a giant storage that I can basically start making this vacuum. Very slowly making this all vacuum. Did we ever poke up higher? Oh, we got up here. Let's go ahead and choose priorities. Nothing up here at all. Which just makes me think more and more I'm on like the edge of space or something. They're just gonna... Oh yeah, that is space back there. Okay. Yeah, so we're not gonna be digging up higher past this. This is super cold up here, by the way. Like, super cold. Yeah, it's not going to poke up higher than this. In fact, what I'm going to do... Nah, we'll leave it alone. What are you complaining about? We've got iron there. How's the temperature over here? This is all warm, right? Yes, this is all pretty warm to hot over here. That's really hot down there. I wonder if that one tile being 200 degrees, I wonder if I were to dump water on there, if it would actually work. Because like that can't go off until I uncover the whole thing. Okay, I believe if I dig in there one more, it will expose that volcano enough it can erupt, so I don't want to mess with that. So, what I'm debating doing is where I've got this liquid vent, putting that open one tile higher, and so having it run off to dump water down that's like super cold into this mess, I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's just become uncontrolled salt water everywhere. How do I not have coal? There's piles of coal everywhere. You've been mining it out in bulk. There. That's iron ore. Go grab that too. I wonder if people actually do push down into that magma layer, like manage to figure out some way to like do ridiculous heat manage, like just poke a little hole through, and then just try and mitigate the heat as they slowly work through it. Yes, it's polluted water vent. Alright. I wouldn't recommend it poking hole through. Oh, I don't. Like, you look at that and going, how do I manage 3,000 degrees? Like, how do I manage 3,000 degrees? Because something tells me a splash of water ain't gonna do it. Like, it's probably not even gonna be noticeable. You're gonna look at that, it says 3008, it's gonna go like 3007. And then the water's gonna be all gone. And then you're gonna go, well? But that said, one of these volcanoes, because how much does this come out as? Oh, magma comes out as 3,000 degrees there, but that's like a little blip of magma as opposed to that. Like, honestly, if I were to poke through that, I'd poke through, like, just one tile, like, still leave that there, and just dump water on that, and never let a dupe get anywhere near it, because they will die. Oh, wait, I have to, like, actually tell them to wear those clothes, don't I? I totally forgot about that. Well, somewhere in here is clothing. I will never, ever find it. It's a great way to get some power with Steam. Yeah, it's just, you gotta manage the temperature. But that's what I actually want to do, is I want to take advantage of that when I get the Steam power. Because I've got enough sources of water, I can do whatever I need with that regard. Like, water, I'm so past in good shape. When it comes to supplies. Water as in my actual water system, I have not been doing as great. Yeah, so that's just getting colder and colder and colder, so that's good. Because that was at, like, 23. If you make a steam room big enough, you can place power plants higher up so it doesn't get as hot for it. Yeah. Like, part of me, it's just punching tunnels around to see what I can see. Alright, you probably should just be an airlock. Because then we'll go down here. Explore that. And see what we can get down there. Food is decayed? Oh no. Not my food is decayed. What am I gonna do? I only have 200,000 kcals. Alright, good. So we got water in the system again. How much longer? Next activity is still 17 days. It seems like a long way to climb underwater. Oh, well, not flood. It'll flood. I don't think it'll fully flood because it's not the whole lake thing that's going over it, but I could be wrong. Alright. Why will you not give me a creative person? I'll take your algae, though. Give me a creative dupe. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to get much water over there, so it's just those tiles. It will continuously go down, though. The dupes are going to be super upset about it, by the way. They'll be like, oh, I'm all wet and gross. They'll be like, yeah, that's just dupe life, man. Oh, that's about to come back online. Excellent. That means we'll start getting natural gas in this place again. Okay, one thing I could do... So that's really hot water. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is knock out that tile to deliberately let that spill out, and that be an unmitigated disaster. No, actually, I take that back. I'm not gonna do that because I could just have it where if this is full, I pipe it over one more tile and dump that out there. So we still keep this system as full as we can. But the excess goes there. What was the requirement for desalinization? Do I even have what I need for desalinization? I probably don't. It'd be under refinement, won't it? No, I do not. That said, I believe if you boil salt water, then the salt drops out of it, and then it's not salt water anymore. So that might solve a couple of problems. So the big issue is I need to not let the... Wasn't the desalination at the top? Oh, you're right, never mind. I just don't have usable eyeballs. So you overheat pretty low temperature and you produce a lot of heat. So you take in salt water or brine, and then you put out not salt water or brine. If you do decide that personally, I'd advise building some sort of off switch to let you stop the chaos from getting worse. Yeah. No, the thing I'm looking at is how I can make sure the salt water goes down here. And I'm gonna let that fill up a whole bunch. And then we'll unleash the beast on a volcano and keep our people away from it. And just see what happens. We're gonna do the bad kind of science. The science where a scientist yells YOLO and everyone looks at them in horror. I also just open that up and let that spill out. Because so far, temperature-wise, this has not changed at all. Like, this is just fine. Like, it's cold in places in here, so I'm feeling pretty good. This is getting hot, but I feel like I could do kind of the same thing where I isolate this, pipe some of our ridiculously cold water through, and ignore the problem. For a few seconds. And then the problem would get really bad. And then we'll regret ignoring it. For no reason in particular, how close are you to having spacesuits? Not that great. Not super close. Yeah, for the record, I'm expecting this to become an unmitigated disaster, but I should be able to, like, block off parts of it, and, you know, we'll see what happens. I do think I'm going to let this water out. It was like, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Unmitigated disaster. It's party time. Oh, I need to dig that one block so they can climb high enough, and then that block. Because that way this geyser can keep dumping water out here. Oh, you're really tall. Okay, hang on. I don't want to risk accidentally uncovering until I'm ready. Sure, Ari, you can have it. I don't know what any of this does. Helps duplicants fall asleep by reducing... Sure. I had two suits I got here at some point, and I forgot that I actually have to manage them. Oh, there. Clothing. Alright, so we have no clothing, so copy settings. There we go. Oxygen map might be useful for some point. That's a long way without O2 sources. Yeah. So that's the first test, is Will I notice the water get much hotter here? Or is it because the volcano is not uncovered, it won't really do anything? That's the first question. It does seem to be getting colder, not hotter. So, that's the first question. Oh, well, I hope that doesn't mind being buried. Wait, that door doesn't block water? Huh. Kind of a crap door if you ask me. Okay. Can I even make oxygen masks? I can. Oxygen masks. Copper is what we have the most of. And we'll make 7. 6 for my existing dupes and 1 for my dupe to be. Yes, the air out here is getting pretty hot. Yeah, masks don't take much. It's the hassle of feeding them out too. That's probably the biggest part. Oh, that probably won't be that bad for me then. Because I believe I have to have, like, what is it, a mask locker or something? There was something I needed. Oxygen mask dock. That's right. Build next to an oxygen mask checkpoint to make duplicants put on mask when passing by. Oxygen mask checkpoint. Marks the threshold where duplicants must put on or take off an oxygen mask. Must be next to an oxygen mask dock. Can be rotated before construction. Okay. Right, so you can make it if people want to run out here, they got to put their mask on. Where is... Oh, that's never going to give me what I want. Cancel that spot. That's probably fine. Creative. Why will you not give me creative? Why are you this way? Don't sweep actually. There, so no pockets. All right. You're making progress over here. No new geysers found, but that's some pretty big, like, just open space in that slime biome. Oh yeah, I could also go here. I'm not going to use this right now. We'll just punch a hole so it's available if I do need it later. First aid kit, computer podium. Critter flux starvation. Why are you starving? We have 235,000 calories worth of food. Why are you starving? That's a you problem, my friend. Body temperature. Alright, so it is starting to get too hot in this area specifically for some reason. They're allowed to eat the food? Yeah, and I think it was just didn't eat recently for some reason. I'm also not particularly worried that that's, like, I need to get that heat under control, yes, but I'm also not super worried about it. I do think that's all getting way too hot. I do think I need to just start pulling the air out to get this to be vacuum so the heat's not spreading as much. But to do that, I need to put that air somewhere. That's rust. I don't mind digging that up. Dig that up. They'll start melting this ice, dropping it down there. I will put a tiny little block here. That way, if water does spill, it goes off that side and not back into all this. They'll start melting that out. Because my thought is trying to, here, I can put a ladder here. My thought is, again, just turning this on, like, just kind of pulling all the air out till we can make a vacuum. And just cutting it loose. Why do you keep starving down there? Oh, did you make him already? They keep forgetting to bring snacks. I know, right? It's like they're like a mountain of food. They just have to go get it. But they just forget about it. Just really throwing them off. The temperature's already recovered a little bit. Okay, so gradually the air is going to get not great up here. You say pipe blocked. Oh, so we're bottlenecking on how fast you can pump the air. That's right. That same thing was happening earlier. Supposedly we made the oxygen masks because I put a thing in for 7 of them. Yeah, no, we made 7 of them apparently. I have no idea. Yeah, so we're getting down there and they're not making any meaningful progress. Okay, so it does seem like I'm going to need to start working on the whole thing I talked about where, well, I mean, it's power. It's power is my holdup. My power is my holdup on literally everything. I can't do anything because of the power holdup. You're finally making natural gas again, which you've got up here, but I need you to not have your pipe blocked so you can start getting it. Is there a way I can fix this? Alright. That's not what I want. Okay, so this is only ever going to have natural gas and hydrogen. So you can probably cut it across here. Not natural gas, hydrogen and oxygen. But that's not going to solve anything because this pipe, well, that's the oxygen pipe. The oxygen pipe goes there. So I could skip this one, but that's the chlorine pipe. And I mean, honestly, we're not doing anything. Like, the chlorine, that's fine. That's at maximum pressure right now. It's not like it's going any of that's getting into storage. It's not backing up that much. I keep expecting these vents to block up. You know what worked? Turn that building off. Let it backfeed for a little while. Let it fill up in this area. It's not going to fix the bigger problem, but that'll at least deal with one thing. For that matter, turn that off so we get some hydrogen built up. So it doesn't pulse for 1 second and turn back off, and pulse for 1 second and turn back off. Yeah, so what I should actually do is start putting some automation in here. So, for example, this, only turn it on when I detect carbon dioxide. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm gonna put a thing like maybe that high for carbon dioxide sensor, that when it detects carbon dioxide, it turns that pump on and starts cycling to get the carbon dioxide out. So let's go to automation. Let's see. Sends green signal if whatever the gas pressure enters a chosen range. Nope. Watch like type gas element sensors. So that's what I'm looking for. So we put it here. And then automation. Blue wire. Okay. Can't remember if there's a decider I have to turn on or something. So, unbreathable gas, carbon dioxide. So enable the building, and it should do nothing until that happens. Give me a creative. 1? And it's decreased creative. Come on. Colony has earned an achievement. Automated building using sensors. Yes, like I said, what should happen here is that won't even run until we reach a point that there's enough carbon dioxide there to justify it. That should stop overloading the plumbing a little bit better, the pipes a little bit better. Alright, so now that's actually doing okay. The power's not any good on it. Can't be out of coal again, right? Two more tiles will be able to see that. That's as far as we can go with that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an airlock here, and we're going to try and vacuum this place as much as possible. The air pressure, even in this area, is not that high. Inside our buildings, it's high. You're still at pipe blocked. Which just entirely, this thing is overwhelming that pipe. Is what the entire thing boils down to. So that's a problem I gotta deal with. That's the issue I'm running into here. I can't get natural gas or anything because this one going through those filters overwhelms those filters. That it doesn't even get a chance to put anything through. Now my hope is it'll actually catch up. They'll start decreasing the air pressure in this room enough that this one will be able to get a little bit in there from time to time. And that thing's just going... What are you wired into? Where is your power source again? Oh, you're the same power source that runs all of this. It just keeps getting colder and colder and colder, which is excellent. Temperature's becoming a problem in there. Widen that. Okay, so the output vent is backing up a little bit because of air pressure. Which is surprising because there's almost no air going in that direction at all. Okay. I guess I should also put this here. So if that does start to melt, I'll be able to build that insulation. Current status, no oxygen. And that's because it turned that vent off. That'll be fine. They'll make carbon dioxide and they'll fix that problem. Oh, turn you off. Why have you been running this whole time? Alright, so if I turn that off... Turn it off, please. If I turn that off, the oxygen shouldn't keep building up inside here. Will depend more and more on that. And I can escalate or reduce that as much as I need to. Yeah, this room is doing great. That's been burning through a surprising amount of algae. I'm surprised that didn't kill off our algae, supply. Alright, so we have tons of natural gas building up here. Oh no, is that really? Is there really a volcano or something back there? Or is that just the way it is? Okay, I saw like the little strip here of the neutronium, and I was like, come again? You expect me to do what? Yeah, so all of that has just stopped melting entirely because of how cold that water is going through. That's good. That is kind of the plan. Alright, so that water is cooling the area down up there, but this is getting hot. Well, actually, that is not as hot as it was. It was up to like 110. It's still warm. But the problem is some of that heat is managing to get in here. We do need to manage that. Like, the water in this pool is extremely cold, so it is surprising me that over there it's still that hot. Do I have the plumbing that goes anywhere near there? Oh, the reason it's not getting colder is even though that water gets much colder, because it's just sitting down here in this reservoir, the reservoir itself is getting heated up. That's the problem. So, like, all this water is, like, frigid cold half the place it's moving around. But because it goes down to this pool of water, it just sits in here and just gets hotter and hotter and hotter because it's got all this hot ground around it. That's what we need to work around. Okay, so let's try and move our water storage somewhere not as hot. Now, being that, like, big pool of water we've got going on down here, which shouldn't be hard to move. I've got all of it piped up here. Like, literally, it's just sitting here in that space. I wonder if I could run the pipe along here with Radiant, if that would end up cooling this down enough to start doing that. Yeah, so take the super frigid pipe and make it Radiant right there. I wonder if I can get the insulated tile to be cold itself and start cooling off the area inside there, and around here is fine too. Dream journal? A hand-scrawled account of pajama-induced dreams can be analyzed in the building that's currently submerged in water. That's how we solve that problem. All right. So then if I look at the temperature, the hope is that this will continue to get colder and colder and colder, and that will cause this to get colder, which will eventually cause this to get colder. That's the hope. It does seem like these blocks are losing temperature fast. I do think it is causing... Yeah, the chlorine's temperature is reducing rapidly. So that should bring the temperature down in there over time. The question is, how much am I going to be giving up the cooling effect over here doing that? Hey, hey, thank you for the raid, Longclaw. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Shout out for Longclaw. Fantastic content creator. It won't tell me what you're last playing. So, either way, Longclaw makes good content. Don't forget to drop the follow at the top and all that. Hit the little heart. Show some love. Longclaw is definitely someone we have raided a number of times and all that. Fantastic content creator. Welcome in, raiders. I'm actually surprised to see that you've rated out this early. Hopefully everything went well with your stream and all that. Let's see. We had a little nice hardcore WoW bonus stream. Brought our mage to 22 and still going strong. Nice. I think I mentioned to you before that I was like half debating doing it. Like I pulled the BattleNet client and everything. And it's like, okay, I can get a week free subscription because I'm not paying for a subscription. Not unless people like are super into it. But it actually is kind of an interesting thing. Couldn't stream long today? Darn drink. Okay. I was just worried when it seemed like you were ending early. I was like, is it like a bad internet day or something? Because you know that stuff happens, and it always sucks when it happens. But yeah. So, welcome in, Raiders. You probably already know who I am. I am Rual Storge. I do play variety games here on Twitch. And the reason I say you probably already know him is just because Longclaw is like, you know, friend of the channel, all that. But if you don't, I am Rual Storge. I do play variety games here on Twitch. I used to hold the record for the highest kill count run ever streamed of Project Zomboid. 135,121 zombies in one character, one life. Harder than apocalypse settings, no mods that change itemization or vehicles. That record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, and at the moment we're playing Oxygen Not Included. And I'm making terrible decisions about feeding water into volcanoes. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. It's probably not fine. We are starting to slowly cook our base. It is a mistake. But I'm not too worried because I still have 160,000 calories. I probably actually should be worried because that's actually about 40,000 less than like last looked. So maybe I should be worrying more about it. But I do have a lot of ways of getting water and cooling things down. Yeah, I do raid you a lot. Well, it's when I wrap up, there's only a few content creators on I know who make good content, and you're one of them. So, you know, I'm going to take it over there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We're going to wind that up a little bit because I got this thing, and I want to see what it does. But the problem is I may or may not have flooded it. And I would say it was an accident, but it really wasn't. I was more planning on doing stuff with these volcanoes, and then I noticed a temperature issue, and I'm going, hang on, wait a second, I need to get this under control. And the reason we're having the temperature issue more than likely is because I'm screwing around with this steam vent. Oh, which is what all that water is coming from. Alright. But I'm also deliberately letting this start melting so we can start dumping rigid water into the mix as well. I'm just hoping to get that under control because I have a source of cold water that never ends. Versus there's 1, 2, 3... Sorry. There's 3 volcanoes here, and then there's a polluted oxygen vent. Yeah, I got another thing over there we don't care about. That's just coal. Did I miss one over here? I thought I heard one going. It's probably just like on the bomb screen. Sound can be a little weird in this game. I remember that being a thing. Yeah, so I got a bunch of these minor volcanoes that I eventually want to play around with. But they emit stuff at 3,000 degrees, which is enough that if you don't have the right materials, even insulated tiles can start to burn. So managing their heat is a very big deal. Okay, so that got a little warmer. I think that's fine. The air in here it's starting to cool a little. Like this has gotten colder, and the area up here has gotten colder, but this is still working its way down, which does, I guess, make sense because I am getting hot water through those pipes. But the goal is to try and bring the temperature down of the entire system here. I also don't think we're pulling basically any water out of this anymore. Did you end up relocating the poop water? Basically, like, I still have like the little spot there, but by and large it's down here just because that's where stuff's getting to. We also have this that's making it. I don't end up needing to really do much with this, so that kind of just sits there doing nothing forever. I've got all this natural gas now, but I can't keep that thing online long enough for it to matter. Yeah, so the hydrogen stuff is coming along. Are you using insulated pipes on the hot pipes to keep from fading? So most of the pipes from here are insulated. So the pipes coming from here are insulated going into this area. Then I go to the conductive where I want to dump the heat. These are just regular pipes. Because by and large, actually, if we look at the temperature, these pipes are like frigid cold. Those pipes are about the same temperature as the room. Got this one spot down here that's cold for some reason. I don't really know what it's about. I also have a block of ice here, apparently. But I do have this pool of water that was really cold, but it's been sitting there and like slowly balancing out. I probably just need to reroute like that cold pipe to go more places. The problem is that cold pipe is salt water. The big issue is this water down here is just getting hot from all the activity down here. I'm getting really annoyed with them. Like, you're inside our base, you have hundreds of thousands of calories worth of food inside the base. This fridge is literally full. Like, just eat. No question, going to do the game, but I tried to make a room with chlorine to clean germs in the water, but chlorine keeps getting out when my workers use the door. And you can create chlorine. I believe you can create chlorine with, I think it was with oxygen. The rust deoxidizer, I believe, creates chlorine as one of its byproducts. Generally, if you see what I've done here for this room, I have a vent that anytime I have chlorine going through... Here, I'll show this. Anytime chlorine goes through this main pipeway of air, I separate it out using a filter and pump it into that room. And you'll notice I have my doors locked. So my people don't go in. This is a closed system now that no one is allowed in. And then I pump any chlorine that I get into that room until it hits a pressure that vent stops working. But yeah, so like right now it's at about 1,000 grams. And I believe the vent will shut off somewhere in the area of like 1,600 grams. But that's the way I deal with it. But the big thing is don't let them use the doors. You set it up, make sure it's like lowish air pressure. Like it's fine if there's still air in there, but if it's like 100 grams a tile or 200 grams a tile, you can just start pumping chlorine in and it'll just overwhelm whatever other gas is in there. Like if I go to the material thing, which looks horrible to look at, you'll notice it's almost all that teal color. If we go to the very bottom, technically there's a tiny bit of carbon dioxide, but that's fine. As long as it's mostly chlorine, it should be cool. My problem is I need just a little bit more. I need the science out of this to get my steam up and running, and my power has been just in a dire strait until I get my steam up and running, and it's been kind of just a circular problem. You still consider that waterlogged? Really? Because I want to try that machine, but it needs to stop being underwater for that to happen. And apparently the tiniest little speck of water on the base of it is enough to consider it flooded. Alright, stop bothering trying to sweep it. Yeah, it's all getting really hot down there. Same here. Surprisingly, it's not extending up here. Because as cold as this salt water is, when this, I want to kind of make it so when it overflows, we just like poke a little hole, it just dumps out the side there. Is what I'm envisioning. Here, let's go ahead and switch the way we've got this set up. Put 2 mesh tiles there. Deconstruct that tile. We will deconstruct this tile. It's gonna be a waste. I know someone's gonna be like, why are you ruining everything? But we're doing it. That way it can have this, have that salt water start dumping down into this system to try and cool it off. Okay. So now we have this thing, so it's no longer considered submerged in water. And I have the journal someone... Where's your bed? Did they already grab it and use it? There was a sleep journal thing that said I could use at the machine. It's fine. If they use it, they use it. Creative person. I can live with... Ooh, there we go. That's what we've been waiting for this whole time. Welcome aboard, you creative person. Get ready, because you got a lot of work to do. Yep, you can be in the first work schedule or whatever. Priorities. You're my creative one? No, you're not. Who's the new person? Where's the new person? Why performance bad? There we go. Decorating, yes. So get to the decor. Do you already have skills by chance? You do. Decor. Alright, oh, right. So... I can put an automation wire on here. How do I want to set up the automation? Because I don't want these to turn on unless that's got a certain amount of power. Heat stroke? Yeah, don't stay down there too long. You have heat stroke. Leave. It's okay. I appreciate... You know what? You can't seem to be figuring this out. There, that's fine. Go back up. Don't die of heat stroke, please. Okay, so one thing we're going to try and do is he will start trying to contain that. Now put another layer in there, we'll start trying to get that. It's not going to be reasonably contained so far. We'll try and prevent some of that from spraying out here. We'll have this get cooled down by all of this water, and all that's going to be like slowly trickling down in here. And we'll increase the ladder height. How goes the air inside of here? Because we turned off the one air production. Oh, it's terrible. Why? Alright, so turn that back on for a while. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the oxygen diffuser was putting work. It's like, I guess it was. Okay, so now we're gonna get like a trickle of really cold water popping down here. That should help bring the temperature down in this place. We're gonna insulate this. And I'm going to try and insulate more. It's going to be some work because I got to figure out how I can control that more. Yeah. They're getting hypothermia down here because of how cold the water is. Perfect. Okay, so it's lowering the temperature. Yeah, so the air temperature's dropped by about 40 degrees. I saw you dispense it, but I didn't see where it went. It's also displacing a lot of the chlorine, too. Alright, that's almost... That's getting... Oh, good, we're getting some, like, real natural gas in here. I'm gonna wait till that's a little bit farther along. Alright. I mean, honestly, with this dumping in here, it's probably fine if I just left that open. Let all the natural gas get in there. Because it's just going to go through this path anyways. So lock it open and see how it goes. Alright. So not really getting any natural gas through there at all. Which is a little surprising. I kind of figured the natural gas would push down up, but I guess the pressure's so much higher. No, they're about the same. We'll see. Yeah, there's still no meaningful amount of carbon dioxide getting in here either. Got natural gas getting down here as well from that door. Yeah, so I'm letting that fill up quite a bit before I turn on the hydrogen generator again. That way it just doesn't turn on, turn off, turn on, turn off kind of thing. And same with the natural gas. Okay, what is your power system? So you're on here, and you're being fueled by the coal. Then someone can hamster wheel it as a backup. And the unfortunate reality is I have all those things running on that. The temperature down there is to about 100. This area's down to like 50 something, so I suspect this will start coming down. Because we've cooled off most of this area. We got this pocket of air that's pretty hot. Hey, Yoshisuke, how's it going? And this is all getting cold because I'm dumping that down. That air is very hot. There's probably like that stuff working in here. Do I have more copper or coal I can get? A little more. Yes, I definitely don't want to poke those yet. If I'm already having temperature problems because of this. The reality of what I might need to do with that is I might need to just box it in for right now. Yeah, so we can just box this in real fast. We'll leave that door open so whoever goes in there hopefully doesn't have ear ruptures. Ooh, yeah. Free oxygen plant. Work week is pretty hard for after a 4-day weekend. Played 154 holes of disc golf and walked 67 kilometers. Hands are feeling the stress and not getting enough rest. I could imagine. Especially, I don't know if you're a forehand or a backhand throw, but forehand throw, that'll wear on you. Fingertips get all mad about it. Can't rely on my forearm for a lot. Pulled a muscle in the backhand throws. Just kept hurting. Yeah, no, when you start hurting, it's time to take a break. I normally forearm throw myself personally. For those who don't know what we're talking about, when you're talking about disc golf, and you grab like the frisbee, you can backhand it so you throw it like a frisbee just like you'd think, and then you can forearm it, which is more like I would grab the frisbee like this and I kind of slice it forward. So this is like imagine like you watch someone like throwing a baseball or a softball, but instead you pinch your fingers because you're holding a frisbee. What's like a frisbee? Scalding! Yay! People getting hurt. Why are you still standing there if you're getting scalded? I need you to cancel analysis. In fact, what we're going to do is priority 1 on all of that for right now. Get the heck out of there. I just literally priority 1'd all that. Get out of there. Stop being... Is there nothing else for you to do? That you're doing this? Alright, I need to make a medical room. That's what you're gonna be. I'll do that real fast, and then gonna send my dupes to medical beds. They also should run in here because, I mean, they're all getting hurt. So triage bed, triage bed. Please leave this room. Okay, you're not allowed to go in there that way. You can only go the other way for a while. Let this thing stop erupting. Let this room cool off a little bit. And then we can talk about what next. Remember, the results weren't that good, but I had a great time with the buddies and visited with really awesome courses. A first stop on the road trip was probably one of the coolest and scenic forest courses I've ever seen. Nice. There was a course in Dexter, I believe that's Oregon. It's either Oregon or Washington. It's like kind of in that area that we stopped. Middle of absolutely nowhere, muddy hills and all that. But it was a lot of fun because for me being in Florida, there's not a whole lot of elevation you'd worry about when you're doing disc golf or anything, I guess. Versus Dexter was like a lot of these ones are like 45 degrees up mud, where you're sitting there, it's like, okay, I know what I want to do with my disc, but I'm gonna spend the next 2-3 minutes figuring out how the heck I'm gonna put my feet on the ground so I don't slide back 2 or 3 feet when I go for the throw. So it's kind of just a really weird thing. Bring clothes you don't care about if you ever end up there, because I did mention the whole mud thing, but I had a lot of fun with that. But there was definitely holes you stood there for when I was like, okay, what am I doing here? And how do I keep from getting a face full of mud when I fall over on my face trying to, you know, rip this disc while doing it? Bunch of courses that were like that. Muddy from all the snow melting. Yeah. It's like, if you don't mind getting like all scuzzed up, like you're in that kind of a mood, they can be a lot of fun. Now, obviously, if you're not in the mood to get all scuzzed up, then, you know, it's not the right time to be on that course. Okay, so I can return this back to normal priority. And leave the analyze, because right now I have that door, so they cannot go through it. And I'm just gonna wait for the temperature to go down, and then I'll fix the door. But it should be limiting somewhat the ability for that air to move around. Why aren't you running? Oh, it's power. Oh, I just remembered one of the big things with this. That's right. So I need to have an automation circuit. There was... Where is it? There's a thing... Oh no, I think it's just green signal on here. How do I do this? So high threshold is 100%, low is 0%. So when it's low... Yep. So now I should have had this set up this whole way. Basically, turn the thing on when the battery's low. Leave it off when the battery's not low. We're going to do that down here as well. I'm going to put a smart battery in this spot. I'm kicking myself because it should have been set up this way the whole time, and I've let it sit this way the whole time. Which is how you make these actually work, not terrible. Oh, by the way, you should check out Clash Disc. Fairly new disc manufacturer from Finland. We love disc. Gotcha. I haven't gotten to play disc golf in a very long time. But yeah, now if I do end up out, I'll check. I usually don't end up having to buy very many discs because of how many people lose them around here. They put their numbers in them and you call them, but no one ever answers. I think in the entire time I probably called like 30 or 40 people. I've only been able to successfully return like 2 discs. Because it's a very touristy area, so a lot of people visit and they don't live here, and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to be flying back to get my disc, so it's yours now. It's like, okay. Thanks, man. Gotcha. That's fine. So it's running for a couple of seconds, then it's shutting off. That's running for a couple of seconds, that's shutting off. That should make that natural gas go for a good while. Takes so long to build up a radiate. Red bolts. All right. You're following the Pro Tour. You should keep an eye on Nicholas. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I like even sports I'm interested in. I'm not much of a watcher. All right, that's actually making things worse. The door being open because it's just bleeding the oxygen out here, which is pushing the natural gas back. Yeah, so I need to be replacing a lot of these batteries with natural gas. Alright. What are you doing down there, buddy? You picking up materials that were just left on the ground? Cool. Discovered new data entry. Dr. Brown looked half dead when he sent me home today. Don't think she has the authority to do that, but it is told. She wasn't messing around, if you know what I mean. I could probably get a head start on my paperwork from home from today anyway. I think I got an idea of the circuit configuration to improve the battery life over technologies by a whole 2.3%. Nice. Incremental improvement. It's not appreciably seeing the temperature change there. Okay, so our food's still fine. Body temperature is still a problem here. Is it improving, though? Can't really tell. I think it is, because, like, the inside of this area... Like, it's just that one room. I'm wondering if these lights put out heat. Yes, the lights are producing heat. So it's literally the lights that are causing the heat problem. That basically I don't have enough stuff cooling things down in here, so all this outside heat isn't causing an issue. It's literally the light bulbs. I've kind of been building up the heat over time. So it makes me wonder if it's worth me just turning off the lights for a while, letting this cool off again. Actually, you know what I probably can do, if we're doing automation. We can go to thermosensor. And see if the temperature in this room is above, I don't know, like 80 degrees. Turn off the lights. So at least that way these still keep growing. Automation. Green if below 80 degrees. Because I can live with all those just being turned off. Let this cool off so those can go back to growing. Because then that should slowly recover its temperature. Yeah, because this pool of water is slowly warming up. Would that qualify as a hospital? No. What do you need to be considered a hospital? You need a toilet. A mess table. Be considered a hospital. Medical clinic? Well, that's a massage clinic. Never mind, that's fine. You can just stay the way you are. I'm just gonna leave that alone. It looks like quite a bit different from what I left of the first half hour. Oh yeah. We have come a very long way. We are dealing with some heat problems at the moment. So are you dormant for a while? So you're idle. The room's still too hot. We'll wait till it says dormant and then we'll deal with that. Oh, is our creative person ready for some skill ups? No. Are you are you introducing cooling to the central area in any way? Yes. Just right now, like normally it would be from this, because the water, like you'll notice that water is very cool here. That water comes in at like just a bit above freezing. Do you have any stored power? Yeah, so we're researching that. Yeah, that ping pong's around here. Yeah, it takes a long time to get any rad bolts there. Oh, that needs to be higher than that. That's what's happening. Is when it runs out, this isn't kicking in time and then it's resetting. We had 112 different courses so far. Basically 10% of the courses in Finland. The downside is the natural gas is losing the battle. They don't have coal to keep that running. So while that's offline, let's deconstruct that. We'll make a smart battery. And we'll tell... Made a mess. What? Oh, because those are all down because water isn't cycling. We'll deal with that in a minute. Power. Smart battery. Automation. So we can reduce... I should have had that automation set up forever ago. We disable that coal plant until I get that set up. Well, we need some polluted water, so we have it. Not exactly how I was looking to solve that problem, but you know. Actually, what is the problem? Oh, it's because this has been... What is the problem? Your pipe is blocked. Why? What is the holdup here? So your pipe is blocked because we can't get through all this. We're getting over here. That's not even full. But why? Oh, that's the output. I'm looking at this wrong. So that's the output. So it's getting deceived, and the input is full. And because the input is full, everything is shut down. Alright, so you need to be disabled because I done goofed and I have completely overwhelmed my entire system. Which is the problem. Basically, I have too much fresh water and nowhere for the overflow to go. So the whole system is backed up. The good news is that should solve itself the moment I turn that pump off. make that... Oh, I can't turn the priority up in that? I just need someone to turn that off. Because as soon as they turn that off, we won't be introducing new fresh water to the system. Anyone uses a fresh water, it makes room for more fresh water, and we'll start getting that sorted out. Okay. Oh, what? That was weird. We had like this whole section of the screen was all like blued out or something. Let's see. Why aren't you using infinite storages? What do you mean by infinite storages? Because I am also... I wouldn't say I'm new. I haven't played in like 2 years, so I don't remember half of it. Yeah, so waiting for that to finish doing its thing, and we'll get back to analyzing it. And you're probably picking up stuff down here? I really mean infinite storages for... Yep. Oh, are you talking about where there's a thing... I remember someone talking about where there's like there's an exploit where you could make it so there's a single tile could store an infinite amount of stuff. I remember that from like forever ago. If that is a thing, I wouldn't use it because to me that's clearly not the way the game was meant to work. So, you know, it's no judgy. You know, use the game how you want to play the game. Oh, do I not have enough beds? I don't have enough beds. No, yeah, I do. I have 8 beds. What am I talking about? No, I don't. This whole time I haven't had enough beds because I got rid of the spares. Put that there and that there. Did your game? Yep. Nah, but it's just one of those things that with almost any game, there's like the line in the sand, like what is considered like, you know, creative use of game mechanics and what's considered, you know, exploiting or power gaming or whatever. And everyone's gonna have different opinions, so no judgment whatsoever for people who are like, oh here, don't do that. You know, no judgment of people like, oh yeah, but I totally do that. It's like, no, that's fine. Yeah. We're talking about being able to store an infinite amount of liquid in a space, or an infinite amount of gas. So it's not so much the single thing. Like, the whole point is it's supposed to take a bunch of space to store these things. Well, that's a bummer. That natural gas is going to turn off soon. At least this will actually, hopefully, possibly get a single thing off before it does. There we go. That way there's no interruption in power. Got too much water in my system and it's backed up because of it. They'll fix it over time. But in the meantime, it's anarchy in here. Okay, I'm just taking this thing apart. I was gonna replace it. And so I turned off its coal going in. Barbecue, have a good time. Yeah, that's why I'm not using it every time. Only if necessary. Yeah. We're just waiting on that. Oh, good. Get better at decorating. One more and you can go check out all these artifacts I've uncovered and see what they're all about. The creative and Oni player. We'll fix it later. Well, there's always... Well, I mean, this one, it is lined up to be fixed. It's just waiting for the part where it's solved. Because I am removing water from the system. That still has the body temperature. Just everything's a mess. I mean, at a minimum, some of that water is going down here now. People are starting to stress out a little. Okay, so that's there. So now we go power, smart battery, do that. Automation, do this. Bring you over. And that'll mean the coal thing will only turn on and use coal when the power is basically out. Which should help make it so I needed to be doing that a long time ago. Because that would have saved us so much fuel. Oh, your gas vent is blocked. That's fair. And you literally got no applied science there. Disable that building entirely. Let the natural gas build up. This is going fine over here. Like, that system's running fine. We've got the hydrogen. This has been fairly reliable. Like, I'm half tempted to see if I could put a second hydrogen generator on the system, but I'm worried about getting ahead of it. Oh, please, just stop. Yeah, the whole water system is just gridlocked because they put too much in. Oh, that's the thing. It's gonna stay gridlocked until this gets past that point. The moment it gets past that point, the whole thing should free up. Because then, you know, we'll take a little water past here. The whole thing will like just sort itself out. Like, this is somehow getting more full than it's supposed to be able to, which is concerning. Why do I still, like, I never have coal left. No hatch ranches? I haven't actually set up any ranches at all. Normally I don't end up using coal this late. It's just I'm getting stuck trying to get the getting the steam up and running because of having problems, because this is a new system to me. And I think I've got set up right. It's just the power management. Like, I've got all this natural gas here, but without that pump running because of fuel problems, I have too much on this system is what I've got. I've got too much on this system. I don't have coal to keep it maintained. Both of these things that were using coal were not set up efficiently. Speaking of which, deconstruct you as well. Turn that building off entirely for the time being. Power. Smart battery. Yeah, I wasn't doing the automation, so it was just basically hucking coal and hucking hydrogen and natural gas into the ether. So that's a big foul on my part. Alright, Brute, so you have a good one. Lurk away. Have you considered mechanical filtering instead of high-powered gas filters? Mechanical filtering instead of high-powered gas filters. Oh, instead of these, mechanical filtering. Or are you talking about where you use the fact that, like, some of them are heavier and they go down and some of them are lighter that they go up, so you can just, like, open a door? Like, use automation to, like, open the door, let the gas out. When it stops detecting it, slam the door shut. So it's just, like, the natural way to the gas and then automation. Circuit overloaded. Whatever. I remember the name of the thing. Alright. So I finally did run into a situation that I've been expecting to happen forever, which we have had the circuit that's had more on it than it can handle for an absurdly long time. And it only now finally overloaded. So we can go ahead and disable that building. Take that off that circuit. Like, I've been playing a dangerous game with that circuit for a long time. Automation plus gas valves. Let's see. Controls gas valve permitted through pipes. Connects the automation grid, automatically turn gas flow on and off. Alright, I had to experiment with that to see how that works. Okay, so with that, we're no longer overloaded. Gotcha, so it'd be something like I would have, say, oxygen here, and gas valve requires dupes. Yep. Yeah, so the idea is I would have... Or gas... liquid bridges? Let me see, so... How does the gas valve work? So let's see. Connects to an automation grid, automatically turn off gas flow or on. It's over pipes or something? Oh, you're saying, like, I could put it here and say, hey, you know, when you're full, open up until you're empty, then close. Or something like that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we can do. Like, right now I have a problem with that, which we have overpressurizing. Valve not shut off. The gas meter valve, I need more, oh, I need plastic. So we have the manual one, so the gas valve controls the gas volume permitted through pipes. Gas flows from the output pipe into the building intake, so I can reduce the amount of gas that goes through it. Not really seeing in how we... Well, I mean, I could filter it by saying this one only gets to use half of the... I actually do need that, because right now this isn't getting much done. Gotcha. Oh, I'm sure there's probably a clever way. I don't know how to do it either off the top of my head, but that's okay. So it seems like our water system is starting to recover because all of those are functional. Oh, you're wrong, shut off. Like, there's probably a lot of ways. Like, I could even set so there's like a door that if it detects natural gas here, the door opens, the natural gas spills through, and then when it detects oxygen, or like literally anything that isn't, it would shut the door. You put a detector on the line next to the piece of pipe that shout... Oh, I see what you're saying. So it would have the whole pipe go here, and then if it detects one element, it opens the pipe, it goes through. If it doesn't detect it, it closes the pipe, so then, you know, the air routes around it because it no longer could take that path. That's interesting. And so they're low power. Okay. Yeah, it's like 10 watts. That'd be good, because right now, this thing's capable of doing 1500 watts. On a line that can do 1000. Yeah, so I'm actually willing to mess with that right here. So here's what I gotta do. The first thing I need to do... Let's just take less space. So we have... And so you're saying this is the manual one, and then what ended up happening is we could have an automated one later. No, the shutoff. The shutoff I can automate. Right. Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. So we're talking about the shutoff. So I could put this here. Can you rotate sideways? You can. Okay. I have been meaning to, for a long time, fix that. If you make a loop that constantly has a tiny amount of given gas every tile, Any gas bridges into the loop will only insert that gas, which is even less power. What you're talking about is simpler, just to make sure it doesn't back up the filter malfunction. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I've been meaning to make a way of correcting our gas problem for a while. And you do a 0 pound, but they get weird. Yeah, and I'll stick to do it, because like when it comes to 0 power, it's like, okay, the game is clearly not meant to work that way. You figured out, you know, a way to break the matrix, which is fine. Like, no judgment. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to plan to have a pipe that's going to go across here. But I've been meaning to fix this for a while. So this will be oxygen, polluted oxygen, chlorine, hydrogen, natural gas, carbon dioxide. What am I missing? That's going to be a common one we run into. Am I missing one? No, let's not put them that close. Let's not do it that way. Let's... Why can I cancel those? We're gonna do it one at a time. Let's not be too over the top with this. So we're gonna start here. We're gonna build a platform. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Bernie. So I was like, wait a second, if I pack these in there close, I'm not gonna be able to put the automation here anywhere. So then the idea is I have a pump, it pumps it into the line, yada yada yada, you get the idea. But we're gonna start here, because what I'm gonna do is we'll go over 4 tiles to make sure I have space. I can put a whole lot of storage. Yeah, I've got that there. So don't build that. Build that tile. Go ahead and build it here too, just in case. So now we can go here, and we will choose the ventilation. Go to the shut-off valve. We'll rotate it like this. We'll take the pipe. It'll do this nonsense. And that'll be for isolating one of our gas to have a huge buffer and then take it wherever we need it. So then we will need an automation, a detector, which will be an element detector. Yada yada yada, gas element detector. So does it detect it on the pipe? So we know there's going to be a pipe cutting through the middle of this, like that. At least I believe that's how it works. Unless it's a thing that we goof for the bridge. It's one. So automation. It's one on the pipe menu, not the one in the other menu. Oh, it's on this menu? Oh, gas pipe element sensor. Okay. So assuming my air was coming in from the bottom. So assuming the input is on the bottom. I'd put this here. They go to automation, we do this. And I would say oxygen, like it would open the valve, the oxygen would come through, go that way. The next one is a spot of carbon dioxide. I see. Okay. So we would say breathable gas is oxygen. And then I need a power line running through this, so we would just go... Right now, we'll just pretend we'll just go like this. Cool. So then from here, we repeat the process. But this filter will fail if the pipe gets backed up. Right. And that's where I need to start expanding this kind of thing. So when you say the filter will fail, does it mean I will contaminate this line? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or are you saying like it'll just get stuck and this will get blocked? If something is backed up with the pipe fail, the air packet may bypass the valve. Make sure you have a way to exhaust the loop. Yeah. So boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Yeah, you fill up your storage, the whole thing will lock up. Yeah, what I can do to deal with that problem is around here, I could just have a thing that, like, we have a way of venting off here. I wouldn't want to do that. But that's last storage. Yeah, I mean, it could even be if I start noticing one of them filling up, I could just build a vent and dump. Alright, so we've got the thing where we're going to run the power through. Let's go here, gas shut off. Element sensor. Automation line. Let's go, because I need power to go on. Because yeah, that means this whole thing here is taking 50 power. And I have no problem, if that's how little power it's going to use, of just going like this. Just chucking it onto the existing circuit. Then meanwhile, because right now, for the most part, if I just take like oxygen, polluted oxygen, we'll probably just literally just have oxygen, carbon dioxide, like start taking that kind of stuff. Basically just go through each one of those things as we see that we need them, chuck them into the system, and then route them where they need to go. The air vents coming off of this are going to be an absolute god-awful nightmare because we're going to be trying to plug it in. You can have an everything else storage at the end. This is fair. That's not a bad idea. So like we'd have our last... Oh, I even missed a set. We'd have our last set of containers here. And then anything else that doesn't fit the criteria of what we've already got goes in these ones. And then we can just like vent it out. Again, like be ready to vent it out. Oh yeah, because I can put automation to a vent here. That basically if I say, hey, if this container's over a certain percent, just pop open the vent. So any additional stuff splits. Let's see, sometimes you might pick up a small packet of steam or something that doesn't fit, want to condense. So it's good to have some sort of thing at the end. Yeah, I gotcha. Makes sense. I guess it's just literally we just go like that. You know, prioritize by gases I really want, or there's a lot of. You're doing those wrong? Oh! I did that once earlier today. Ah, yes. Feed the tank into itself. It's perfect. Why would I ever want to contaminate my pristine tanks with something else? That'd be gross. Could you imagine letting that unclean air into my pristine, never-before, contaminated tanks? The thought. My brain was just going, out, in, out, in. Put them together. That's how you win. This is also good because I have a ridiculous abundance of materials I need to get rid of. You can just run a straight pipe through all the intakes and all the outtakes. I haven't tried that yet, but I'm down to. All right, so getting that screen, cancel. Oh, I see how that would work. So instead of being in parallel, they'll be in series, or vice versa. I can't think of which one's which. Cool. And then, like, I don't have where I'm taking those pipes yet, but when I do, they'll go there. Yeah, because I've been meaning to solve this problem for a while. And that'll let... Oh. Hey, you're literally overflowing with hydrogen. That was not part of the plan. How's your temperature getting down here? You're still hovering at about 100 degrees. I thought for a moment I saw 1600 degrees. I'll be like, what? And I believe, was it either here? If not here. There was one I believe you could say how much was in that. Oh, it has? Oh, that's what. Okay. Because then I was going to say is what we'll do with that is I can have a gas vent right there. Right there. Go automation. And then say if that thing hits like 90%, just open the vent. And honestly, once the last stage is in place, then I can start rerouting stuff into it. Which actually, this works out well, because this is the pipe that exits for everything I don't have filtered here. So literally I can just take that pipe, plug it in, remove this nonsense, and then plug those into wherever I need them. So my current system is actually already like halfway set up to accept that. I just need to finish this disaster. That'll be the building down there, that's fine. Okay, so body temperature is recovering. Our K-cals are not where I want them. We need to cool stuff off more. So high threshold. Oh. I want it to reverse. What have you done? Why are you the way you are? Why are you the way you are? Why are you killing yourselves? Hurry. Yeah, no, it's too late. I should have... Well, no, the problem is they dug. They have to get through all of this. She could have possibly gotten herself freed. Man, the dupes are so stupid. Well, that's 2 people who died. I wish the dupes were smart enough to not directly corner themselves. Well, so we lost Bianca and we lost Turner. And I don't remember who did what here. So let's look at our priorities and see where we got holes. So farming is still covered, supplying is still covered, building is still covered, decorating is still covered, researching is still covered, tidying. So we lost our cook. Oh, no, never mind. We didn't lose our cook. We lost our person who was doing our mining. That's one we lost. I think that's the big thing we had. There's a mod that proves the dupe side. Yeah. There's always a mod. Meanwhile, I believe furniture. Where's the gravestone? Not pedestal. Somewhere here is a gravestone. Utilities? Medicine Tasteful Memorial? There you are. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No, we're not gonna put it up there. Hey, Slee, contaminated water. That's the thing, is like, I don't think I need this. It's tasteful, it's fine. Okay, so this should now let me do that. Okay, so we are on the lookout for a dupe that can excavate. And that's going to absolutely devastate our ability. I just realized what time it is. Alright, let's see. No. Alright. So that said, I normally go to 4 a.m. my time. It's 4:30 a.m. my time because I lost track of time. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and stop my recording here.